as a local, I don't like calling it local. I like calling it indigenous, because local sounds like double standard, right? Yeah, so we got to realize that for indigenous investors, you have an upper hand much more than the international investors. I also don't like to call them foreign investors, because then it looks like to make it look a little bit fair. And also paying attention to the grassroots person. In Uganda, we call them Muntu wa wansi, a grassroots person, because they form the greater chunk of the trading that we always talk about. They may not be able to meet the threshold that governments normally put across. They will not meet your $5 million or $1 million or 200,000 US dollars, but they will be able to trade. Their small capital will be able to take them miles. And that is why they're a very important portion of the business community that we need to pay attention to. And that was the greater part of yesterday. And of course, reminding us that Uganda and Tanzania have a history. 100-gauge railway. If you talk about the East African, for the football fans, I don't know what happened last night, because you could have watched a game and you got disappointed. But at least I know that with the East Africa, Pamoja will also be hosting the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations together as Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. That also continues to bind us together. And today we're going to start our conversations. And the first panel is really going to look at the opportunities and challenges in the mining industry value chain. Now, we all know that, as looking at a shop downstairs next to the lobby, very beautiful stones and, very beautiful jewelry. This is the potential that we have as Tanzania, the potential that we have as Uganda. Now, in Uganda, we also have so many rare stones, and unfortunately for many of the countries, we have a greater portion of artisanal mining than, the recognized miners, the big scale miners, because it is huge in terms of investment when you talk about the mining sector. For example, Uganda's greater gold exports, we don't have a gold refinery, but we have one actually yet. But back in the day, we were looking at the gold exports literally being second after coffee, I think. And yet, unfortunately, then we didn't have a gold refinery, and we were just being used as a transit point. We don't want to be looking at that either in Tanzania or in Uganda, because we have the gold deposits, we have a lot of minerals to do. But what are the challenges there? If it is artisanal mining, what do we need to do? How do we enhance the potential of the mineral sector in our different countries? And also, what are the opportunities therein that we need to pay attention to? For example, when it comes to the housing sector, I don't know what the section is in Tanzania, but in Uganda, we have a housing deficit of about 2 million households each and every year. Now, when you talk about the mining sector, and you have to be thinking about, all the minerals that are used in construction, you're talking about cement, you're talking about so many other things. What do we do to enhance that potential? I know that the Parliament of Uganda was discussing about 500 shillings tax on every bag of cement. And the parliamentarian said, no, you cannot do that. Why? Because you're going to make cement a little bit more expensive, and yet we have a housing deficit that we haven't been able to fulfill. So that's a conversation we're going to be going to right now. And without wasting any more time, I'd like to call our moderator for this particular session, who will be introducing to us the speakers who are industry experts in this section. And we'll be taking on that conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite our moderator for this particular session, Mr. Sebastian Kolowa. Let's give him some love. Yeah? He's going to be steering this debate. And welcome, Seba.
Thank you, Mildred. Good morning, everyone. Are we ready? Did we have some coffee? Did we have some tea? I believe we are ready. So our first panel, or the panel discussion, which is going to open the second day and the final day, is among the most important industries in the development of any country. Opportunity, the principal analyst and tax audit from the Mining Commission of Tanzania. Can we have a round of applause to him as well? Is that all we have? Can we have another round of applause to Mr. Zephaniah, please? CPA Zephaniah. Welcome, sirs. We have an all-male, yesterday we were talking about the gender balance in these panel discussions. We have an all-male one now. A bit of mixture. So, before asking these gentlemen the questions that we have here, we have to remember that the relationship, the mining relationship, or the relationship in the mining sector between a few plans to make relationships between the two countries, but in the 2000s, I think it had both countries sought to modernize and expand their mining sectors, but to have joint ways of doing that. And we've had agreements since the 2000s, and the projects, they were focused on technical assistance and training. They were focused on infrastructural development, and as well as harmonization of regulations. So whatever we are going to talk about now is not the beginning of it. It is just an extension of what has already been done in previous. If you see that your neighbor is speaking, please remind him. Over here now, we will have the party session of asking questions later, but for now, let's give these gentlemen ample time and concentration. So first of all, we would like to talk about the benefits of, okay, so we've talked about the relationships and how the things that, in my introduction, I just spoke about the things that we can do together, and we have already started doing together. So now we will start with the experience. I talked about the infrastructure development and harmonization of regulations and other things. I will start with Mr. Asimwe, Mr. Humphrey Asimwe, who has ample knowledge on leadership, management, and consultation. How can Uganda benefit from the experiences and lessons learned from Tanzania mining sector in developing its own mining industry value chain? Mr. Asimwe.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I want to begin by thanking the High Commission of Tanzania for putting this together, because this is a very important engagement. In geology, we say that the geology does not respect boundaries, meaning minerals that you'd find in one territory would most likely find in another, irrespective of the boundaries, the political or so boundaries. So a lot of what is in the Great Lakes region, in Uganda, in Congo, in Kenya, and Tanzania, too far apart. But when you look at how the different countries have developed their mining sectors, for example, Tanzania is a number of steps ahead. And as Uganda, we look to learn from Tanzania on a number of things. One is how Tanzania has leveraged the artisanal mining sector to grow the whole mining industry. To be able, first and foremost, to arrange the mining sector in such a way that the artisanals are recognized, are professionalized, and are recognized in the whole value chain of mining. And secondly, to be able to allow them access to markets from mine to market. Now, as a country, as Uganda, it is only in 2022 that the Mining Act in Uganda was passed, that for the first time recognized the place of artisanal miners, something that we did learn from countries like Tanzania. In addition to that, Tanzania being more developed in the mining space, you find that there is a lot of development of mines and actual mining taking place than is happening in Uganda, because Uganda is more or less at the stage of exploration. And exploration is a couple of steps behind in this whole process. So indeed, we have to, coming to such events, we are saying to our colleagues in Tanzania, we're here to learn, we're here to understand how you have been able to develop your mining industry to where it is. You benefit a lot more, I think about 9% or so, slightly over 9% of GDP from mining. Uganda is still about 2%. And so we want to be able to compare notes and see what is, what can we pick as a country. In addition, to also encourage companies that are in Tanzania, that you can also find a very good investment environment in Uganda for similar minerals, since the geology does not respect boundaries.
Thank you very much. I love that you touched on geology, and we have someone who has 7 years of experience in geological survey, and was in the mineral in the mines department as well, Mr. Chris Lubanga-Kene. Because you're also from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in Uganda, are there any specific regulations and policies or initiatives in Tanzania that Uganda could adopt or adapt to its own context?
Thank you, Sebastian. Once again, I'm Chris Lubanga-Kene from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Mr. Sim has, of course, already touched on of course, the areas that both countries can learn from each other. But before I respond to your question, maybe I could give some context to the discussion in terms of defining the mineral value chain. The mineral value chain, of course, is the different stages in which minerals are added value to, and which also value can be earned from the mineral resources. So it starts from exploration and quantification, extraction, beneficiation and processing, then the marketing and selling of the minerals. So from each of those stages, you're able to add value to the minerals. So of course, with the onset, of course, of the African mining vision, where we've come to realize that most African countries are not benefited from their resources, this has been contextualized in a way that we should be able to earn much more value from this. So for each country now, you're supposed to assess and see how you can get much more value from your mineral resources. So both Uganda and Tanzania, of course, have been able to assess the value chain for each of the mineral commodities, and to see how we can optimize value. So some of the lessons we can learn from Tanzania, especially we're all aware Tanzania has a well-developed gold mining industry, and also they've had good experiences. So you recall in the recent past, Tanzania has had to renegotiate some of the contracts. Yeah? And this, of course, has been because of some of the challenges which have been experienced. So one side thing was, of course, not getting enough data on the mineral resources, because you're supposed to be able to invest in data and manage data. Because otherwise, if you don't do that from the very onset, then you run the risk of you not being able to negotiate on the appropriate contracts. and also to monitor, inspect and monitor. So you run also the risk of course, the licensees being able to erode the profit base for the mining project. So from the very onset, from exploration, you should be able to understand how value can be added to the mineral resource. So investing in data is one thing that we've learned that needs to be done. And this is a lesson from Tanzania. Then also, with our new mining law of 2022, of course, out of also optimizing benefits from exploitation of mineral resources, we are provided for national participation by incorporating the Uganda National Mining Company. So we've learned lessons from Tanzania. Tanzania had the State Mining Corporation, which was incorporated in 1972. Then it had also a roller coaster of events where about in the 1990s it was closed. Then it was again reestablished in 2015. So all these are lessons that we've learned, and we've planned on how to operationalize the Uganda National Mining Company. So there are quite a number of lessons that we've learned from Tanzania. Also, Humphrey has spoken about the ASM. So there are lessons we are learning from, especially Merelani, how Tanzania has strategized how to optimize benefit from Tanzanite. Then also in terms of local content, in gold mining, local content, if you take the case of one of the gold mining projects, you find up to 30% of services go to the indigenous Tanzanians. So currently Uganda also now is working on the local content bill. So all of the things which we're going to incorporate. So these are very good lessons that you're learning, of course, informing all this.
Yeah, I believe Engineer Mchompaka will be very happy to hear that. He's been in the sector, and he's been for more than almost 15 years. He's been Assistant Commissioner for Minerals. So I believe he knows a lot more about what you just mentioned and the lessons that Uganda have learned and are still learning from Tanzania. But I believe the learning process goes both ways, right? We all have our strengths that we can learn from each other. So Engineer Mchompaka, coming to you, what are the opportunities of collaboration between Uganda and Tanzania in the mining industry value chain? How can both countries leverage from each other's strengths?
Thanks, moderator. Good morning to you all. As I've been introduced, I'm Engineer Benjamin Mchompaka, the CEO of Tanzania Chamber of Mines. The Chamber of Mines in Tanzania is an association who its members are the large-scale mining companies, the medium-scale mining companies, exploration companies, and the service providers in the mining industry. The artisanal small-scale miners have got their own association, which is called FEMATA. However, we treat them as our young brother, and we support them because we coexist in the same industry. Like the moderator said, there are opportunities of collaboration between our two countries. Tanzania, the mining industry, when you refer to medium and large scale, is around 25, 26 years old. We are not as old as South Africa and the other countries, but at least you've been there for quite some time. In my opinion, I think our area of collaboration, one could be on our two geological surveys. Our geological survey is one of the oldest. I think it was established in 1950s, and it has been transformed through processes over time. Now, Uganda, I believe yours is not as that old. Possibly there are areas whereby you can, change expertise. For example, our country is mapped, yes, but it's not mapped to the level of what we call high resolution geophysical survey. So we are embarking on that process to make sure that the entire country is mapped to the details whereby you understand clearly which minerals are where, so that we can profile our country better. So I believe, like my brother said, minerals have got no borders. as we are embarking on this process of doing airborne geophysical survey to this side, we can see how also Uganda can cooperate in this process so that we cover our two countries in the same sort of arrangement. I believe you could take note of that and you discuss with your colleagues in the geological survey to see how best we can have data of minerals, to have a minerals data bank for our country, which is a very good tool when you're trying to promote your country to bring investors. At least they have to know the basics in terms of mineralization. But another area is our two chambers of mines. Ours, by November this year, will be celebrating our 30th anniversary because we started in 1994. So I think we can collaborate to see how best we can leverage on our strength to make sure that we engage our governments properly. We cement the trust, because one very critical important between the government and the private sector is the trust. So if you trust each other, we know how you can engage. You make sure that you are involved whenever the government is enacting or reviewing the policy, so that whatever is put in place is conducive for the nationals and the foreign investors to invest into the country, to make sure that they in the mineral sector, the conducive environment is put in place for people to invest and foster the two industries, for the industry for our two countries. So I think that's an idea that I can also recommend. And the third one, which has been mentioned by my brothers, the artisanal small-scale mining. In Tanzania, we have done very well. I would say in Africa, when it comes to, transforming and formalization of artisanal small-scale mining. It's a process, it's a challenging undertaking, but we did a lot in terms of making sure they're being supported. We are putting infrastructure in place to offer extension services. We have dedicated Istamico as an organ to render technical support to these people. We have also opened offices in each district to make sure that geologists and mining engineers and technicians are there equipped to assist these people to make sure that whatever they are doing it in a sustainable manner.
Yeah, before I go back to Mr. Asimwe to maybe add on if there are any platforms or mechanisms that we can add to that. We know the biggest challenge in any industry is access to finance. So most of
it, because it is highly risky, as a possibility of not actually getting commercially viable deposits at the end of the day, or confirming that the deposit is commercially viable. So what is happening a lot more is seeking non-traditional sources of financing, not necessarily from banks, though the banks have also offered, but to look into places that have a lot more risk capital. Some stock exchanges in the world are willing to provide that risk capital, especially for junior mining companies that are involved in exploration. But for that capital to be able to find its way into this region, it's continuously important to provide an investment environment that is stable, that attracts this capital, that gets somebody seated in Canada or in Australia to have the impetus to think, no, I can put some money in exploration of lithium or cobalt or copper in Uganda or in Tanzania. And so there is the part that government has got to continuously play of making sure that the environment is attracting investment, but then also provide at least the basic data of the occurrences of these minerals. Now, my colleague from Tanzania did mention that Tanzania is engaged in the mapping of the country. Uganda is also doing a similar project, the aerial geomagnetic surveying of the whole country to make sure that where these minerals occur is at least identified, and that data can be availed to potential investors who will then bring in their money. So the money follows the data. Money follows an environment that is also very, what can I say, very stable. But on the question of collaboration still, which is something that I do believe we need to think outside the box. You see, both countries, Uganda and Tanzania, have regulations that prohibit exportation of ore and concentrates, which is, there is merit for that kind of regulation, that there needs to be value addition in country, and so that we gain maximum from the country. We want to think also that in the spirit of the East African community, it would be a good idea to begin to look at the region rather than the individual countries. What am I saying? So if you have gold smelting happening, for example, in Tanzania, at very good rates, and is happening at large scale and all those kinds of things, we should be able to put in place frameworks that allow for ore to move from Uganda to Tanzania for smelting, for mineral beneficiation within the region, in a kind of framework that ensures that Uganda also continues to get good value for money, because the ban on export of concentrates and ore was basically to make sure that there is value retention in country. We should be able to say that if Tanzania is doing very well, for example, in steel, because they are able to, beneficiate the iron ore, instead of Uganda sitting and waiting for an investor to come and build a smelter in Uganda, which should happen, which we should continue to ask, and market the country and market our potential. How about working out a framework to make sure that that industry in Tanzania is supplied by ore from Uganda, and that makes that industry, that smelter, even more profitable, instead of having beneficiation centers all over this region that are not necessarily fully serviced by the raw material in terms of ore, yet you have ore seated on the other side of the border, still in the East African region. Thank you.
Okay. Deserves a round of applause, right? Yes. And looking at the gestures of Engineer Mchompaka, I think he agrees as well. But before he proceeds to talk about that again, let's talk numbers. As you said, that data is very important. And can we have an insight into the size, scope, and contribution of mining industry to Uganda's and Tanzania's economy, including employment numbers, maybe revenue generation and export figures, and so that we can see how do these numbers compare? Can we start with Engineer Mchompaka? Can we have the data a little bit, the numbers and statistics, sir?
Thank you. I would be happy, before I do that, to compliment on what Humphrey said. You see, for example, right now, Tanzania, we have 2 refineries for gold, whose capacity is sitting at 1 ton per day. But the gold that we need to have those refineries fed is not adequate enough. So it's like they're being underutilized, you see? But if, for example, Uganda has got a law which says that you should not export raw stuff, obviously they won't be able to bring their minerals to Tanzania. So what he's saying is very, very pertinent. I think we should treat our region as local, not as a foreign country, by removing all these barriers we were talking about yesterday. So that when you are trading within our region, as long as we put our frameworks right, I think that would be the best thing to do. For example, right now, we have put up what we call special economic zone in the Buzwagi area. And we are about to construct a 400 million multi-metal smelter. You see, a multi-metal refinery, which will be actually starting with our nickel minerals to be smelted from Kabanga, a mining project. But I believe it will be a multi-metal, so it can also refine the stuff from Uganda, DRC, and other places. So I think that's an area we can leverage very well and make our countries benefit. Having said that, let me come to the issue that you said. In terms of the mineral sector contribution, maybe my colleague also from the government will also chip in, but I think our mining industry in Tanzania for last year, 2023, the GDP contribution was 9.1%, and we are aiming at 10% by 2025, and we are almost there. But in terms of exports, it contributed about 56.2% of the total export of non-traditional goods. So you can see that we are doing very well. You see, of course, gold was #1, but other minerals are coming up. And because of the because of the Russia-Ukraine war, even coal now has become one of the biggest exports, you see. So our mining industry is something which, if all the policies and laws are put in place clearly, I can guarantee you it will be one of the most dependable economic sector to the country. Take into consideration the type of minerals, the endowment that we have. Thank you.
Engineer CPA, I think you would like to add on that?
I have a feel that Mr. Mchompaka has covered it very adequately.
Okay, so can you please touch on Uganda, the data, please? And we'll get back to CPA on how we can incorporate now the grassroots communities, to make the industry even better.
Thank you, Sebastian. Before I go into the figures, maybe I could also add more highlights on financing. As Humphrey already indicated, that financing for exploration is mostly from stock exchanges. But stock exchanges, of course, it's money from the public. So normally the public sees how mining projects are performing. So they need to have that confidence that a project, if it is said it's performing the way it is performing, it's indeed performing the way it is. So there are certain requirements by the stock exchanges in the way you report the exploration results. So you're supposed to have like the certain kinds of codes, like the JOC code. So also the African Union Commission has come up with a code for Africa. That's the AMREC, the African Mineral and Energy Classification Code. So this is such things that, of course, the continent, the Africa, and also we, Uganda, Tanzania, should be able to adopt. So on the side of Uganda, in the new mining law, we're provided for, of course, the way you report for exploration results. And that's what the stock exchanges use to inform their financing mechanisms, so that investors are not deceived on how a company is performing and then putting their money. Then also, of course, professionals should be able to report accordingly and be regulated. So all that is being provided for in the law. Then in terms, of course, of the opportunities on how, of course, what Humphrey has already indicated about how we can exploit, of course, the economies of scale. Of course, there are certain mineral deposits which don't occur in mass, like the 3 Ts. So like Uganda now has a tin smelter. 3 Ts don't occur like iron ore or copper in big quantities. So there will be no need for Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC to have their own smelters. So that's where we can come together and exploit synergies. Then there are certain mineral development projects which are so prohibitive in capital. Things like copper, phosphates. So at the ESC level, those are things that have been classified as strategic minerals, where you as a country should not necessarily go for it alone. So you can come together. If Uganda has phosphates, as we've done with the ECOP, you can invite Tanzania to also invest in that project. And similarly for the rare earths, we have been engaging the developer. Says the technology requires using salt water. So you can try to put a refinery in Dar es Salaam as opposed to taking it to Ireland or elsewhere in the world. Then also Tanzania, of course, will. Then in terms of the economies and benefits of mining, mining in Uganda and Tanzania, of course, began over 120 years ago. In fact, in Uganda, the first mining permits were given in 1902. In fact, it was given to what was called the East African Syndicate. So it was a consortium of East African countries, the colonial governments. So from that time to the 1960s, mining contributed to about 70% of GDP of Uganda, and of exports to 30% of exports of the country. So it was majorly from copper, then the 3 Ts and beryl. Then of course with the political turmoil, then the global economic downturn, then way to the 80s when the copper prices went down. So that's when again the sector slumped. So we went even below to 0.1 of a GDP contribution. However, now with commodity prices coming back up, when also we experienced conflict in the region, the copper price came back up. So we have now mining contributing to 2.2 to GDP. And in terms of employment, the ASM sector alone in about 2018 was employing about 400,000 Ugandans. That's the ASM sector alone. So if you developed a mining project like the Kilembe mining project, which the government is now at the final stages of getting invested for, such a project would employ about 2,000 people. Then also we have developed the iron ore industry, where we have direct reduction of iron to iron, sponge iron and iron billets. Each of those plants employ about 500, and so far we have 2. But the capacity so far we have is for 200,000 tons per annum, whereas the rolling mill capacity in Uganda is over 1 million tons. So those are areas that we want investors to come in. And if each plant employs about 500 for iron, you multiply that times maybe 5, that's over 2 million people employed. Then our phosphates, we have about 300 million tons of phosphates in eastern Uganda. So if you go the entire value chain, phosphates alone can employ over, one plant can employ about 2,000 people. So all of the benefits that we can see coming from the mining sector in Uganda. Yeah.
Yeah, and we believe that the employment opportunities are provided to the local communities as well, which is my next question to CPA, Zephaniah Henry. How are the grassroots communities involved in the decision making, or do they, are they just given orders and are they just receiving, you know, the people that are required to do the mining in their areas? And how and what are the best practices to ensure meaningful participation of these local communities for their own development, because they are the majority of people and they should be the ones benefiting from this sector in general?
Okay, thank you for your nice question. In Tanzania, as far as mining sector is concerned, the local community involvement, this is within the what we call mineral policy as well as the legal framework. You know, when you are dealing with communities, if you want to extract all the potential minerals, the first stage, our country recognizes to obtain what we call social operating license. And the social operating license is here whereby the potential investors has to go to the community to, you know, to interact with the community. If you want to obtain, say, a mineral right somewhere, the community, most of the community, you may find that they have what we call a surface right. They are the one who own the area or the mineable area. Therefore, you have to undergo involvement. You talk with them. You talk in terms of the expectation. You go as far as the legal framework is concerned. Mean to say, before you operate smoothly, if there is a requirement for compensation, you have to make sure that the community is involved to be compensated. So for you as a potential investor to be in a position to operate smoothly as you expect, if you involve the community by compensating in the mineable area, if you go as well as to the legal framework, is here whereby you undergo the procedures for, you know, applying the license. After obtaining the social license, which is you obtain it informally by compensating this community. Not only that is the end of the story. Maybe during the operation, as far as the community are there, you know, when you talk community is a wide term. Involve those who maybe at the village grassroots, even the middle class or somewhere else. In our country, that's why there is a classification in terms of mining sector. You find that there is a large-scale mine, there is a medium-scale mine, and small-scale mines. Therefore, if you are under small-scale mine, you may find that the number of people in the communities who are very small in terms of capital base, are the ones who are being, challenged with some problems in terms of capital for operation, in terms of technology, and other requirements. Therefore, we have a regulation also as part of legal framework. There is what we call a local content. In local content, you might find that some community members, they might be granted some area to participate in a community, but what they are lacking, it might be a capital or a technology. It's here whereby our country interact with different stakeholders to find out technology or investors who can capacitate the local community, to extract minerals as far as they required. That is part and parcel how it's being involved. If you go to the small scale, to medium scale, or to large scale mining, when you say large scale mining, we are thinking about the large investors who are granted what we call special mining license, which involve a high capital of investment. And at these communities, there is a clear definition of what we call corporate social responsibilities to be fulfilled by the investors. Our country, based on the legal framework, has integrated how to go about, how to perform corporate social responsibility. This should also be community-based. In cooperating with the government, maybe government also to local councils. You have to inquire what is the requirement of the community in terms of participation to make them fully-fledged in what we are doing. But I can say so in short, so that my colleague also can have a room to contribute. Thank you.
Okay, so can we have the point of view of Uganda first, and then maybe you can add, engineer, if you have.
Yeah, so some of the lessons that we have learned on community engagement and community content is that the community is not looking for a handout. The community is looking for a hand up. The community wants to be better off because you are carrying out your mining in their locality. They are not looking for you to give them the occasional one-off here and there. The person who has traditionally been planting tomatoes half a kilometer from your mine wants to find out, how can I supply tomatoes to this mine and grow my business? They want to know, how can the local school be enriched so that it has a library, it is in a better place, that my children can go to the local school because the mine operates within this locality? How can the health center be upgraded from a health center 1 or health center 2 to health center 4 because the mine operates just half a kilometer or a kilometer from where the health center is, and now the hospital is doing a lot more for the community? How can this mine be able to provide maybe bursaries and scholarships for able students from within the community? And these are some of the lessons that we have learned. And a number of our companies that are doing mining, and we learned that from oil and gas a lot more in Uganda, but a number of the companies that are also doing mining are taking it up. Like he said, and I rightly agree, that you need a social license to operate. And the communities are not just looking for handouts. They want to be in a better place. They want, okay, apart from the infrastructure around, they want to see their livelihoods change. Can you get into business with them? For example, you look at somebody who's been living subsistently, okay, and doing agriculture at a subsistence level. Because of the mine being within their community, can they be helped to get to a place where they are doing not just subsistence but commercial agriculture, because they now have a market that is close by. They now have the mine that can take on their produce. And that is what is helping communities be engaged and grow.
Yes, as Engineer Mchompaka is taking on that as well. Football teams as well. In Tanzania, we have a football team sponsored by and I'm not sure about its sustainability currently, but there is a football team that is there. So that's, I think, among the things that you're talking about, the sustainability and the tangible things. Engineer.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Yeah, like my colleague said, in Tanzania, before 2023, CSR was like a gesture, whereby a company would decide to do this or do that. Yeah, the handout stuff. But from 2023, we brought in the corporate social responsibility regulations, which compels an investor to prepare an annual CSR plan with the host community. Each year they would sit down with the assistant of the local council, prioritize which projects from healthy, education, infrastructure, which they think would be sustainable even beyond the mine life. A project which would transform the lives of the people, at least to appreciate that there is a mine in their vicinity. So through those programs, most of the mines now are setting aside 0.7% of their total turnover annually to support the CSR projects. And the other mines have opted to spend $6 per ounce sold for that CSR project. So it's a huge chunk of money. And since a plan has been approved by the government, it goes to the local government, it goes to the ministry responsible for local affairs and the Ministry of Finance as well, so that the government knows that instead of building this school in a certain area, that school will be built through CSR, and then they take the money to another aspect. I can tell you a concrete example whereby the private sector, and particularly the mining companies who are members of the chamber, did. When we started mining in Tanzania, we had a very serious shortage of mining technicians who were competent enough to be employed into the mines to require the standards. Most of the mine technicians from VETA, whereby they do 2 years, they were not qualified enough in terms of being able to be employed into the mines. So what we did, some two pioneering companies, they set aside $2 million US, and we went into a MOU with VETA. And VETA Moshi, after assessing the infrastructure that they have, it was selected as an area which can be set up aside to train the technicians. And a program of 3 years training was set aside. 6 training of trainers were taken to South Africa to be able to come and teach those, students through that program. And the apprentices were selected from the host communities where the mines are operating. And were sponsored fully 3 years to be able to learn those kind of skills. We had 5 programs: the welding, the auto mechanic, the heavy mechanical repair, and such kind of things. When we started, we were getting those guys from Ghana, from South Africa, from Liberia, wherever. From 2009 when we started, by last year, about 1,300 of our Tanzanian young boys and girls had graduated from that program. And the problem of technicians was adequately addressed. Right now, most of our mines have gone underground. The problem has come again because the underground techniques are different from the surface. So we are also embarking on a certain program of the same to address the underground requirements for our technicians. So you can see how the local communities could benefit by virtue of having the mines around. Thank you.
Yeah, so among the challenges of completing corporate social responsibility is thinking about your company instead of thinking about the people surrounding you. And we are trying to make sure that the people listening to us have ample time for questions as well, so we can be a good example to them. So in concluding, at least 1 minute, what can we say are maybe future projects, or maybe we can say means of collaborating that can solve all these challenges that we talked about? We know we can't mention all of them here, but at least for 1 minute, each and every one of us can tell us what do they think is, in a few sentences, one of the solutions that we can start with.
Yeah, thank you. I will just take on from where my colleague from Tanzania has mentioned about the skills, because right now in Uganda there is also a skills issue in the mining in some particular skill sets, which I am very certain are right here in Tanzania. I think one of the areas of collaboration would be where you have where you are oversaturated in terms of skills. We should be able to look across the border and say, is there a need on our end, and vice versa, so that there can be those kinds of exchanges, rather than having metallurgists and these kinds of skills being brought in from Australia, from South Africa, yet there could be very, very good skills seated right across the border. I also do believe that it's important for us as the private sector players, the chambers of mines, to be able to sit and work through how do we work together a lot more to push particularly for the East African, to think East African and not just think in our own little enclaves or our own country first and all those kinds of things. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of future projects and collaborations, Uganda currently, I think beginning from 2021, I think we shall be finishing this year, we've been doing airborne geophysical surveys of the remaining 20% of the country. That is in the Karamoja region and a place called Lamoa. And the Karamoja region is said to be the richest district of Uganda in terms of mineral resources. So this was an area that we're not able to do. The airborne from 2006 to 2009, when we initially did over 80% of the country. And this time around, we've done high quality radiometric, magnetic, and gravity. So there are going to be a lot of prospects, and the place has already been known to have copper, nickel, platinum group metals, phosphates, marble, chromite. So there's a lot of good potential and, of course, prospects for investors to come in. Then there are already running projects. We have one called the Rom Cross Graphite Project. Uganda, in the northern part of the country, has 2 to 3 billion tons of graphite inferred. So far, they've confirmed about 47 million tons. So this is a development project underway. So we expect to produce what they call expanded graphite and graphene. So these are products used in batteries, of course, in the energy transition. Then graphite finds other uses, of course, in anodes, of course, in furnaces and all that. So, and also brake pads. So there are investment opportunities for some manufacturing along that line. Then I talked earlier about the Makuto Rare Earth Project. This is a 404 million tons total rare earth oxides project. So far, they've confirmed 1.7 million tons. So they're doing pilot plant test works. So this is a project which 33-year project, mine life. So investment capital about 200 million, but the cost, of course, of running operation goes way above $1 billion. So this is an area where, of course, as a country, we should strategically place ourselves to make sure that most of the operational expenses are from within the country. Yeah. In terms of mostly the inputs, like the chemicals and what. So if, for instance, you have caustic soda from Kenya or Tanzania or from within Uganda, it shouldn't have to come from outside of the region. Or the acids from another copper project like Kelembe should be able to feed such a project so that we don't lose that value to outside of the region. Yeah. So these are some of the projects. Thank you.
Yeah. Engineer, is there anything you think we can add on that before we finish with CPA?
Yeah, I think
we all know that now the world is going to clean energy. And both Tanzania and Uganda, we are blessed with the minerals necessary to be able to support that one. We have a lot of graphite in Tanzania and Uganda as well, nickel, cobalt, lithium, and so on and so forth. So in Tanzania, I think in 5 or so years to come, maybe 4 or 5 new mines will be coming in for graphite production. Actually, one new mine started trial production last month, the Lindi Jumbo. So I think having those minerals in place, Tanzania and Uganda can see how best we can collaborate to start actually manufacturing those components for EV batteries, for solar panels, for windmills, and so on and so forth. I appreciate the initiative taken by Zambia and DRC. They have signed an MOU to start a precursor plant for EV battery component manufacturing. We can do the same because we have all the necessary minerals to do that. And that's what the world is looking at. So I think that will be an area for a focus so that we don't import most of the stuff. For example, even the bus thing that you are doing, it's mostly like assembling. You are not manufacturing everything in Uganda, right? Even Tanzania now, we are boasting that we did very well in terms of local procurement. For example, last year, 1.48 billion worth of the goods and services which were sold to the mines were sold by locals. But actually, most of those were imported stuff. They are not manufactured into the country. We need to have the manufacturing capacities within our countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Based on the fact that you know, similar natural endowments, Uganda and Tanzania, Mr. Mchwampaka has demonstrated how can we go about in terms of cooperating. So the key requirement here, just a matter of coming up with what we call the memorandum of understanding. We take the areas which we can think we can incorporate. For instance, it can be issue of training. You know, mining needs some, you know, competent staff in operating the mineral sectors. So based on those key terms, we can keep on exchanging in terms of knowledge and the requirement, as well as the interactions. We Tanzanians, we believe, based on, you know, our background of mining, we might be, you know, a bit far compared to Uganda. We have been, you know, interacting with the Canadian, Australian, and other countries. We are sure even Uganda have been doing the same. However, what you know differentiates us is just in terms of natural endowments and the availability. Therefore, we can cope the model which maybe can be applied even in the energy sector if it can suit in the mineral sector. That is what I can say so.
Thank you very much. So anyone who has had a value from this panel, can we please clap our hands if you have had value from this panel? I believe everyone has had value from this panel. Can I please, I think we have 5 minutes. Can we have a few questions maybe from the floor? I think we can have like 2 or 3 questions and then they'll be answered before we conclude.
Any questions? Okay.
May I first of all thank the panelists for giving us the insights into the mining sector. But may I request that you shed a bit of light in as far as the health and safety of specifically the artisan miners. And I specifically refer to the possibility of accidents and maybe the long-term effects of mining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other? Okay, here.
Thank you very much, panelists. For my question is about how are you dealing with the mineral costs generally? How are you trying to avert that?
Did you get it?
Okay, I see a question right at the back.
Yeah, yes, my name is Richard. So my question goes to both governments. What are the strategies are there to educate small miners to understand how to access funds? What are the strategies are there to educate small miners to have access to funds?
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's always an expensive venture, mining. Let me move to Sebastian. How many more? I have just 2 hands.
No, just one, please.
One? Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Fikiri, CEO of Upstream Energy Consulting Group. We have seen most of these international mining companies.
We can hear you, sir. Can you raise your voice a little?
Okay. We have seen most of these international mining companies listing themselves in international markets. So, but we have not seen any listing at our local exchange markets. And their argument is that they say that they cannot, they will not be able to raise enough capital if they list at our local exchange markets. So, but still, they can do what we call the cross listing. So, are there any efforts for our government or both governments that they could make these companies list at our local exchange markets?
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, yesterday there was a question about mining. Can you please answer that first, Mr. Chris, and then we'll go to the health and safety of the miners.
Thank you. Yesterday there was a question to do with the licensing in Uganda. Someone had talked about some delays in licensing. You'll notice that Uganda has a new Mining and Minerals Act of 2022. So we came entirely with a new law. So we've only come up with the regulations, that was in September last year. So the licensing in Uganda is done through an online system using what they call a mining cadastre. So in the new Mining Act, we introduced new licenses. So we have been in the process of transitioning from the old Mining Act to the new Mining Act on the system. So even involving the change of the mining licenses and the conditions. So this is what has caused some form of delay, but now we have completed that. So there will be no more delays in licensing, because someone talked of some period of time they're taken without receiving responses from the system. So we have been doing that on the system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Engineer Mchampaka, how do we ensure health and safety of miners?
Thank you. I believe he's specifically referring to artisanal small-scale miners. That's where the health and safety issues are mostly. For the case of Tanzania, that's why we actually made sure that in each district where mines are, we have the Office of the Mining Commission. One of the important aspects that they do, apart from training on how to do proper mining and handling of explosive and other kind of thing, is routine inspection to make sure that the environment where they're working in are safe. I know it's a bit challenging in areas where are not organized, particularly in artisanal. There you find frequency of accidents. But for organized small-scale mining areas, the routine inspections, the trainings and so on, those are the kind of things we do normally to make sure that our small-scale miners are not subjected to accidents, diseases, and such kind of things. So the Mining Commission, in collaboration with the Occupational Safety and Health Authority, they do frequency inspections to inspect and educate these people on the way to do it better and what are the do's and the don'ts in order to make sure that people wake up and go home, go to the work and come back home safely. The number is big. Our inspectors might not be enough, but at least we do what we can within available budget and the manpower that is in place. But I can assure you that the routine inspections and trainings are the best ways to mitigate the accidents and to ensure safety and healthy for our miners. That's all I can say.
Thank you. I think you have also exhausted on the question of strategies to educate small miners. I think the centers do that as well. Can we talk about the mining curves, please? And then CPA will answer on international markets when we conclude.
Right. Okay, so the mining curse. The mining curse is basically the negative impact of mining on either the local community or on, say, a country that will probably over-rely on mining or on a particular mineral, and then at the end of the day, when the prices begin to fluctuate, that country is adversely affected. So to alleviate that, a couple of things are happening or need to happen. One, on the community level is what we talked about, the community engagement and being able to make sure that the community grows with the mining industry in the region. So that eliminates the mining costs within the community. But at a country level, Uganda, for example, is in the process of developing NDP 5, which should be from, NDP 4, sorry, which should be from 2025. So in that, the economy is set to be, focused on a number of areas, not just one, and a number of minerals, not just one, so that you alleviate the shocks in the event prices fluctuate in a particular mineral, and that is what you relied on, or, you're able to have a backup plan, a plan A, plan B, and move on those kinds of things. The volatility, and also to make sure that you have the right policies and regulations to ensure that you stamp out corruption. You don't have a scenario where you have lots of resources coming in because of your mining industry, and as the resources are coming up, so are the weeds, the corruption on the other hand. So I think that is that's basically the solution to that. Thank you.
All right. I think we have exhausted, okay, due to time, because these gentlemen will still be here, we can ask them, I believe we have a lot more questions. Maybe we can ask those questions a little bit later. But for now, I would like to thank the panelists. Can we have another round of applause to the panelists, please? Before I return the microphone to our hostess.
Do we have one more question, Sebastian? Oh. Okay. So you want me to officially dismiss you? Maybe you could wind up that, and we'll have the ambassador, Your Excellency, come through, because we have awards to give out. Honorable, His Excellency has actually asked that you represent to give the awards. Yes, we just want to award our panelists here. Yeah, that's definitely it. But ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our panel. Insightful it was, and definitely a great moderator, Mr. Koloa. A round of applause to him as well. So I would kindly request to our panel and our moderator to kindly stand up. We have an award for you, each for the great work, the insights. Like Sebastian said, you definitely can still be able to interact with these gentlemen, interact with them. Thank you so much. Okay, that is great. Thank you very much, Honorable, for the noble work. Your Excellency, Honorable thought you were putting him in hot soup that he couldn't. This was an easy task of delegation, that you could be able to take it up. Yes, we have one more? Okay. We would like to have a photo. Honorable, please, if you could just step back. Honorable, if you could please just step back so we get a photo moment. And Mr. Moderator. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so very much. That is great. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Kolowa, for the great moderation, and to all our panelists, thank you so much. Great insights that did come through. I think when it comes to matters of listing on the international market, there is still quite a lot to do because mining is a sector that is heavily capital intensive. That is very true, but I totally agree that with the artisanal miners, there is a lot of capacity building that is required. Issues of workplace safety, that is internationally required by the International Labour Organization, so we can have two ways about it. But I loved the conversation about having our mineral data bank. So what that means is that countries need to invest in a lot of geological surveys to ensure that they can get to know what sort of mineral deposits they have, list it down. It's like more of a marketing tool. You'll go and say, I have ABC in my shop. Come and buy from me. But you cannot market what you do not even know you have in the shop. That becomes a little bit harder. But also there came through an aspect of, which I totally agreed with, and it was really about the issue of, and that I think came from Humphrey, who said, we need to start throwing away in our mindset the colonial structural, borders that we've been blessed and boxed into, and start to look at ourselves as Africa, as East Africa. And that means if we are going to go out and compete for particular bids, we're going to do it as Africa. The reason I have kept referring to the AFCON Games is not because it's 3 countries that came together to have that game, but because we decided to go as East Africa. I bet you if we had said, oh, let Uganda go alone, or let Kenya go alone, or let Tanzania go alone, maybe none of us would have gotten it if we went as single countries. But because we decided to go together and say we are East Africa, we're coming together as Kenya, as Uganda, as Tanzania, we managed to do so. Collaboration is a great aspect for us to be able to move forward. And like the saying is, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. That's just definitely what it is. So thank you so much to our panel. That was great conversations coming through. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go straight into another panel before we do our lunch break. But I'm kindly requesting, in case you feel that you need some caffeine or you need some sugars, just feel free to step out, get a cup of coffee or a bite, and come back. We want to have a working breakfast, because a few of us had breakfast before, we had a bite before we came through, and we want to manage time as much as possible and make sure that we have all these discussions coming through. So I'm going to call on our next panel, and this is really about many a times when we're dealing with development, industrialization, we're looking at how much money are we gaining, what are the profits coming in from there, but we don't look at sustainability. That after us, what happens with those who come thereafter? And that is why this whole idea of climate change has now come in. Because probably when we were getting out of the pre-colonial stages, and then we're getting into, we want to industrialize, we want to create jobs, we want to be able to import, substitute, and export, promote, we probably did it not looking at a 360-degree view that what are the effects? How do we mitigate them? That is why right now, about sustainability in everything that we do. The environment is to say, I always love to say that we can't live without the environment, but the environment can live without us. We can all die and go, and the environment will stay. It will actually be able to breathe. I used to joke that during COVID-19, we had the best cities, because I mean, who was driving? We are on lockdown. There is no driving. There is fresh air. We are all doing great because we were home, right? the environment got a bit of a break. Does it have that now? But we are not talking about environmental conservation alone. In our next conversation, it's going to be sustainable energy cooperation. Mr. Asimwe kept talking about cooperation. How do we do it sustainably that all the countries will actually be able to gain meaningfully from what they do have? And without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the captain of the ship for this particular conversation, Mrs. Margaret Kafero. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her some warmth as she gets us back onto Sustainable Energy Corporation, which is our next conversation right now. Welcome, Margaret. And I've officially handed over power to you, peacefully.
Thank you, Mildred. Mildred is quite the Democrat. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And I am Margaret Kafero, and I will be moderating this late morning's appointment. I hope everyone got their caffeine shot and you're all alert, because this panel is really going to wake you up. We've got some real practitioners in the subject matter, and I'm going to invite them. Allow me to sit down while I invite them. So like Mildred said, we have a panel discussion on sustainable energy cooperation. And before I invite my panelists, I'd like to give a very short background why we're having this discussion. And this is most of the people in the room already know what the subject matter is about, but this is our attempt to educate. And so I'm going to say a little bit for the benefit of the public out there that is wondering what we're up to. I will say this. Sustainable Energy Cooperation between Uganda and Tanzania holds immense potential for driving economic growth, enhancing energy security, and promoting regional integration in East Africa. With abundant renewable energy resources, such as hydropower, solar, and geothermal, both countries are well positioned to collaborate on various energy projects that benefit their populations and contribute to the broader development agenda. Effective regulation plays a crucial role in facilitating sustainable energy cooperation by providing a clear framework for investment, ensuring compliance with environmental standards, and promoting fair competition in the energy sector. Additionally, close coordination between regulatory bodies in Uganda and Tanzania is essential for harmonizing policies, resolving cross-border issues, and fostering a conducive environment for business implementation. So while significant progress has been made in advancing energy cooperation between Uganda and Tanzania, challenges persist, including financing constraints, infrastructure deficits, and evolving market dynamics. So addressing these challenges requires innovative solutions, strong public-private partnerships, and coordinated efforts from all stakeholders involved in the energy value chain. And it is against this background that today's panelists have been invited. They've been carefully chosen, and we'd like to have them come up and engage us in a conversation that illuminates this subject matter. I would like to invite my panelists today, and I'll start with inviting Mr. Ali Sekatawa, Director, Corporate Affairs, Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Please put your hands together for Ali. And while he comes up, I'd like to invite Mr. Gerald Maganga, Director General, Energy and Water Utilities Regulatory Authority of the United Republic of Tanzania. Please come up. Is he in the room yet? Yes, he is. You're very welcome. Please come join us. And next on our panel, we have the Honorable Abdul Rahim Abdul Samad, Chairman, Association of Tanzania Oil and Gas Service Providers. You're welcome, Abdul. Please come up. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Mr. John Bosco Habumugisha, commonly known as JB or Mr. ECOP. He's the Deputy Managing Director, ECOP. You're very welcome. Put your hands together for JB. I did request for a podium. My panelists prefer to speak, so if we can just have the podium moved up here while we have this conversation. So a very good morning to all of you. So it's great to have you on our panel. And before we begin, we're going to because ECOP is the elephant in the room. And so what we want to do is to listen to a conversation about ECOP, and it is that will be the springboard for the rest of our discussion. And this is a presentation by, he allowed me to call him JB. This is a presentation by JB, which he will give, and there'll be a discussion between him and Gerald on ECOP. So let's begin with that, and then we can talk a little bit more as we go along. JB, do you want to stand up or stay seated?
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we go into the story of ECOP, nawasalamia kwa jina la Uganda na Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. When I was coming here this morning, I remembered the voice of His Excellency John Pombe Magufuli when he said about ECOP, in his bid to do work quickly, he said, "Tumechelewa sana." I could hear that voice in my head because I was there when he said it. And as I finished preparations coming here, I could picture him in his heavenly seat, smiling at us and saying, "Wafanyakazi, mwarakishe, lakini muweke bulldozer zingine." No wonder he was referred to as Mr. Bulldozer, the man who loved to do work, great work, and doing it quickly. The first slide about ECOP, and I hope the slides are coming. It's about what we always see as an umbilical cord that has come to be a symbol of what ties Uganda and Tanzania's long history together. We could go to the next slide. You may not see the whole of it. It's such a long umbilical cord. It ties Uganda's history and Tanzania and reminds us that we are one. It is a symbol of what does not respect boundaries. The boundaries have been broken, and wherever this pipeline passes, the history of Uganda and Tanzania is being written. So much is happening. So I will just give you a few slides of pictures just to show you what is going on. This is a summary of the legal framework. Before we see a project like this, we normally go through a very lengthy process, but without it, you cannot have a project like this. We had to have an agreement between the two states. We had to have agreements between the investors and the states. We had to have agreements between shareholders, and definitely agreements between the pipeline owners and the owners of the oil. So it's a whole array of agreements that define a project like this. Proceed. Then we also had to have a commitment of the investors in terms of what the commitments of this project are. We start with the commitment of zero harm to people, to the environment, to ensure that whatever is done is in a commitment to progress the people while protecting the environment. We had to have commitments to the national laws that they'll be respected, commitments to the UN guiding principles, because this is a project that is globally funded. You have to be respectful of the Equator Principles, the IFC standards, to ensure that there is a low carbon footprint. And indeed, this is a project I can assure you, even the energy we are using is all green energy. We are heating this pipeline using hydropower, which is green energy. We have a commitment to ensure that we coexist with the community, what we generally call a social license. This has to be a project of the people. Proceed. Now, this is a schematic just to summarize where the oil is coming from in Uganda. There are two projects, the Tilenga in north of Lake Albert, the Kingfisher in the south, and the oil is collected to a central point, and that red line is basically the picture of ECOP, starting at pump station 1, coming through all the way to Tanga. And the other picture which is on my side is a summary to remind us that this pipeline is buried. There are people who went telling the whole world that we are going to have oil spillages everywhere. That is not true. This is a highly intelligent pipeline system, and it is buried, and it is a long flask. It is not going to hit the environment like people were saying that it's a hot pipe and therefore it's going to destroy the environment. In your room, when you have your flask, it can be at 100 degrees inside. But when you touch outside, you will not feel that temperature. So this is a long flask. Nothing will be hurt by this pipeline. So just to magnify the picture, to remind you that this pipeline will be 1 meter below the surface, and we'll be having intelligent systems. We will be able to detect any leakages before they happen. We have added a SCADA system basically to monitor the entire pipeline. We can see this pipeline, the entire pipeline, from 2 points, one in Tanga and another one in Bulisa. So we are able to visualize the system as it operates. We have all the controls available so that where there is an issue, we are able to deal with it immediately. Now, this is a picture of the flask itself. You can see the pipe inside, insulation systems, so it will be insulated. Now, this insulation process is happening here in Tanzania, in the north of Tanzania, where an insulating plant has been set up. And of course, if you go there, you will see that there are locals working within that system, supported by a few expatriates who ensure that the technology is working well. Now, on my side, before we go to the next slide, when the pipeline system has been buried, we will restore the environment and we'll go back to a green corridor just as we found the environment, we shall restore it. And where we find some trees that we can save, we'll save them. And as we speak, this project has also started planting trees, because where the corridor passes, we'll be taking out some trees. We have signed a commitment to plant twice as much as we shall ever affect. Now, the routing of this pipeline, we ensured that we do not affect any Ramsar site. This is one of the commitments we made. So we routed this pipeline to ensure that we avoid all the sites that are protected by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. And these are very, very essential international commitments. This is just a summary to emphasize that fact. Now, as we build this pipeline, we need land. So land acquisition has been completed in Tanzania much faster than Uganda because of the legal framework in the two states. In Uganda, we have affected 3,660 persons, and in Tanzania, 9,904. All of these people have been compensated and left in a better state than they were found. We have built 177 houses in Uganda, 340 in Tanzania. Houses that our people in Uganda call manna from heaven. And the symbols are there. This young man, you can see his house before and his house now. These are completely different states. And I will show you more pictures as we go. These are more images of a happy family. You can see them where they were before and their current home today. These are not states you can compare. So we talk about sustainable development, and we are showing it to you in pictures that this is actually happening. This is an old lady, how we found her and how we left her. These are some of the units around the routes in Tanzania, what we found and what we left. So these are images just to re-emphasize the fact that this project is a project of the people. This is to confirm to you that indeed the pipes are coming, and every pipe that is coming to build this pipeline will come through the port of Dar es Salaam. We have received, I think, up to 500 kilometers of pipe, and a number of them have already reached the coating plant. Others are still here at the port, being shipped to the coating plant. Lots of movements. The picture of trucks, these are trucks that are here in Dar es Salaam being driven by local people, ensuring that every pipe is delivered safely through the logistics system. Now, when we finish coating, where you see the red circle, then we shall have to redistribute the pipes to where you're seeing the green circles, to the main camps and pipe yards. And all that is happening using our local logistics systems. And this is a summary to emphasize the fact that work is happening everywhere. The main camps, civil works, early civil works have been done. And at Tanga, that brown picture is where we have the terminal. There's a lot of work going on in Tanga for those who have been there. This could actually be even an older picture We are now preparing the bases for the tanks. And all this work, if you go to these sites, over 95% of the work is being done by locals. Now, this is a picture of the coating plant where the work is being done. And just to emphasize the fact that these are real situations of what is going on. In this picture, this was the commissioning of the plant. I think His Excellency, the Ambassador of Uganda to Tanzania, may have been part of this event. And this is not a story I'm telling. Some of you were there to ensure that this is actually realized. Again, a summary of what is going on in Tanga. The terminal, those of you who have been to Tanga, you know, Tanga is an old port. It has been there for many years. I think it may have been the first East African port. Today, as we speak, what is happening in Tanga is like a revolution. That port is going to be one of the busiest ports in this country because of the friendship and brotherhood that we share as Uganda and Tanzania. This is a construction of the jetty. The ship that takes oil will not be reaching the shores because of the required depth. So there is a jetty that is 2.5 kilometers into the ocean, and this construction is already happening. Local content, as I mentioned, over 95% of the work that has been done is being done by locals. And we thank the regulators who are ensuring that what can be done locally, what can be supplied locally, is done as such. And so, speaking to this slide, communication. We are the East Africans, we are investors, we want to do business together, but there are people who come from afar who are against the progress that is being made. And this story is important that you get interested, collect the information so that you can tell the story of what is going on. Is it true that this pipeline goes through Lake Victoria? Of course not. Is it true that this pipeline project is killing elephants? This pipeline is not anywhere near an elephant habitat. Is it true that people are starving? Of course not. This project has compensated people more than any project has ever compensated. This project is focused on livelihoods of all the people we are interacting with, and as we speak, social responsibilities are being implemented along the project. And so we have been working with the media. We show them what is happening so that the information is available to the people. Social due diligence, lenders to this project have been with us. They have checked every bit of what we are doing, and they are satisfied that this project meets and exceeds international requirements. And so opportunities, everything I've said, legal advisory, there are many lawyers that have worked on this project. The engineering, procurement, and construction, there are many companies working in that space. Financing is ongoing. Land surveying was done by local companies. Employment, there are many locals working on this project. Logistics, hospitality, medical services, security services, telecoms, training of our youth. Our youth are very essential to this project. Social cultural heritage, ensuring that this project is respectful to the cultural norms of the communities, media and corporate services, and much more. The list is endless. However, as we implement this project, of course, we meet a few challenges. The challenges we face, the transboundary movement, this was mentioned yesterday. We still have a few issues around transboundary movement of goods and services and people. We believe that the policymakers are aware of these challenges. Work permits, we are going to have a number of people coming in. The numbers are growing. We need work permits and we need them quickly. The taxation regimes, we thank the governments for the commitments to support the project. However, there are a few challenges we are sorting out with the taxation agencies. The non-tariff barriers, we are progressing, but there is still work to be done. And maybe just a last point to the two states. Why do we develop this kind of projects? It's very important that we start thinking about infrastructure corridors. Because tomorrow another pipeline will come. You'll want to acquire land and you'll end up displacing people that have been relocated by the same projects we are building. It is very, very important that we start acquiring infrastructure corridors so that we put these infrastructures together. This is the mode that many developed countries had to adopt. So as we go forward, that is very, very important. So going forward, we have had a protracted collaboration in the defining of this route. During construction, we have to collaborate, and there is a phase ahead of us, the operation of this project. It will need a lot of collaboration between the two states. So let's continue working together as we ensure sustainable development of our two states. I thank you very much.
I think we need to put our hands together again for JB. Just doing some structural adjustment on the stage. Thank you very much, JB, for that electrifying presentation. And I think you'll agree with me that after listening to him, we can confidently say we're all on the same page. So this discussion begins from a point where everybody understands ECOP in the simplest of terms. I hope I'm right when I say that. And you have been speaking the entire time, JB, about bilateral. Each time you spoke about Uganda, Tanzania. Uganda, Tanzania, because these are projects that straddle borders. These are cross-border projects. And I wanted us to look at the bigger project picture, especially the other energy areas, the gas projects. And I wanted to invite Mr. Maganga to look a little bit more, talk a bit more in depth about ECOP and about the other energy sources on the Tanzanian side, bilaterally and also on the Tanzanian side. What can you educate us about here today?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, moderator. Coming from the Energy and Water Regulatory Authority in Tanzania, EWURA, I'll just highlight on the roles of a regulator on these projects, the ECOP projects and any other energy projects which are bilateral between Tanzania and Uganda. The roles of a regulator is to ensure that there is a smooth implementation of these bilateral projects because it benefits the economies of these two countries. On Tanzania, we have EWURA, and on Uganda, we have Petroleum Authority of Uganda, who are our regulatory counterpart. On ECOP, we have harmonized all the regulatory requirements to ensure that there is a smooth implementation of the project. We work together hand in hand with our counterpart PAU to ensure that we monitor the implementation of this project, to ensure that the project is being implemented in compliance with the existing regulatory and legal and regulatory frameworks, but also the host government agreements which are in place. Particularly on Tanzania, we are looking at technical matters and also compliance to the local content regulations. Local content and regulations are the same with the national content in Uganda. The only difference is naming and some very, very small areas. But in general, they are the same. So here we are, as it has been presented. We are monitoring on a daily basis the development in the project, ensure participation of our Mwananchi, our Tanzanian and Ugandans in the project, of which my colleagues also from the private sector, ATOX, will talk about it. That is all on the ECOP project. Just to inform the business community from Tanzania and Uganda, we have bilateral projects which are coming in. We have recently announced the expression of interest for procuring a consultant who will undertake feasibility study for the natural gas pipeline from Tanzania to Uganda. And we have also another project of the petroleum product pipeline. Currently, petroleum products to supply to Uganda and most of the Tanzanian part is done by trucks, road trucks. But the efficient way and the most efficient and economical way of transporting petroleum products is through pipelines. And the second way is a railway, particularly on the land side. We are coming up, the two governments have agreed to come up with a very good project which will be supplying petroleum products from Tanzania to Uganda. We have already finalized the terms of reference for procuring a feasibility study. This pipeline will be a reverse flow pipeline. By the time when the Uganda have not started the refinery, refine the crude in Hoima, then the product to Uganda will be received at Tanzanian ports and pumped to Uganda. And by the time the refinery in Uganda is ready and is producing enough white product to supply our region, then we'll be receiving also the product from Uganda refinery, but the same also pipeline will be interconnected with the other neighboring countries. This is a regional project. We are looking at a project which keeps the integration coming together, both in terms of economic and social. Another project I can highlight on the electricity subsector. We have been enjoying power supply from Uganda. Our northwestern region, Bukoba, Kagera, for instance, the whole Bukoba region is supplied with source electricity from Uganda. We always get around 28 megawatts from Uganda, but we also have other projects. Electricity project is Mulongo Chikagati, with the installed capacity of producing 14 megawatts, 7 of which will be supplied to Tanzania. The construction has been already done, and we have also another project in the pipeline, which is in Songezi, within the Kagera River Basin, which is anticipated to be producing about 39 megawatts, or will be shared between these countries. Many more projects are coming in. Once the refinery in Uganda starts producing liquefied petroleum gas, the feasibility studies indicate that there will be a huge production of LPG, which is in a way is considered to be a better clean energy for cooking as compared to other biomass. So we'll also be depending on sourcing the LPG from Uganda in a very, very near future. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. From your presentation, Mr. Maganga, anybody that says that we're not busy probably isn't living in East Africa. The border between Uganda and Tanzania is busy. The energy sector, the shared energy sector between Uganda and Tanzania is busy. And my next question is going to go to Mr. Sekatawa. Ali, you're a regulator. How does your sector, how does it assist businesses? How do you assist businesses in implementing energy projects as a regulator? What is it we need to know? What measures are you taking to streamline regulatory processes and to reduce those bureaucratic hurdles that I know we are going to hear about when Abdul takes the floor? Share with us a bit about that.
Okay, thank you. I join my colleagues to thank the organizers of this forum for inviting us to come and share the experience, but also to stand in solidarity for Uganda and Tanzania. As my colleague JB and Mr. Maganga have indicated, we have worked together for quite some time as Uganda and Tanzania in respect to these projects and the sustainability of these projects. But the first, I think, item to answer is the infrastructure under which we work, which is the setting up, the negotiation of the IGAs, the intergovernmental treaties, which were facilitated again through our foreign affairs. I think I've seen Ambassador Kabonero here, who was at that time helping us. That IGA creates a framework because it becomes a treaty, and then it creates a framework for the respective state authorities, which are named, including the regulators, to do cooperation across. So EURA and PAU already have an MOU, name of Uganda, name of here, UPDF and the TP, Tanzanian Defense Forces, they already work together. The telecom, because we have an IT infrastructure, they are working together, and all the other entities across, because like the ECOP, it's designed as a single integrated project. The idea is that you should not find a different regulation in Uganda or in Tanzania. Two, it also provides, for example, we cannot regulate beyond our border as PAU, neither EURA can they come the other side. But it puts a framework for a joint regulatory framework. I can come in this side up to the port as long as I've notified Mr. Maganga and across the board. We are doing a real-time monitoring center where Tanzanians are going to sit the other side. We shall also be sitting in the monitoring room together and the infrastructure. So that framework has helped to regulate as a way of facilitation, not as a policeman. So our job is to make sure that the project is executed on time and on cost, and meeting the other sustainable indicators, which is, it is a pro-people project, it is for the people, secure the environment, that's the animals, and all the other environmental aspects, and make sure that you create lasting value for the people of East Africa. So we've put up frameworks, we have joint working groups, we have, for example, certainty. We've required that we do national supplier database where we put companies that are going to supply and they are qualified. When we came, Tanzania did not have the same structure as Mr. Maganga has said, or almost not similar, but we work together. They have also set up one. We encourage joint ventures between Tanzania and Uganda, and we do facilitative regulation to make sure that we meet, the project is executed. And lastly, and I think JB touched on this, we've also faced the same challenges. As you remember, we have some people who really do not want us to develop this project. They have been sending out lies and so on. And we've worked together with Tanzania to make sure that we can counter that negative publicity coming on and ensure that the project is facilitated. Thank you.
Can you give us just one example of one of the most ridiculous lies you've heard and how we countered that?
Well, I think JB presented, you all saw the map of ECOP, if probably you can put it there. You will find that that map, we did an environmental strategy. The first picture I put, we need an environmental strategic study.
Can we have the first slide?
If you remember, we were supposed to pass either in Kenya or Tanzania, and we are looking for the cheapest route, but the one that mostly avoids people, environment, and so on. So if you look at that map,
is coming up?
Yeah, you will see that it goes this one. You see that Hoima is there, and it is longer. So it is going like this, because it is trying to avoid Lake Victoria, all those towns, and so on. So I have been in a presentation in a conference in Houston, where I found someone, including a Ugandan and a Tanzanian. They were all seated with that NGO. They had a map that was straight, like this. The ECOP was passing in the middle of Lake Victoria up to the port, like this. And they were saying it has killed animals. It is suffocating water for 44 million people because it is through Lake Victoria. And it is passing through 233 rivers. And everyone in the conference was saying, what a monster. You know, they call it a bomb, an environmental bomb. So, and these people are serious, they are not joking, because you can see how much effort they have put on opposing these projects. If you know, there is close to over 1 million pipelines in the world. There are close to 24 pipelines being constructed now or expanded, including some here in Niger and so on. But all of them have, for whatever reason, concentrated on opposing our project, which, from a world perspective, contributes almost 0.01% to the whole discussion. So, in the face of that opposition, which we think has nothing to do with the project, it has nothing to do with the environment or the human rights, it has its neo-colonial perspective. We've worked very closely with our colleagues here in Tanzania, the foreign embassy here, our ambassadors and so on, to make sure that, because when you are regulating a project and you focus on the technical side, but someone is, actually it's like sitting up when you're picking mangoes from a tree, but someone is cutting down on the roots. I think all of us have come down to say, please, you cannot cut a tree because we are all picking mangoes. And that's why I think sustainable energy cooperation is very important. When the EU sat and made a resolution that our project stops, I think the first stop we did was actually Tanzania here to say, can we go and make a joint position? So in our view, the project is for all of us. The enemies should be seen as enemies for all of us. And then we work and make sure that it benefits our people, it leaves our environment in a better position, and our animals alive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was quite a stimulating presentation from Ali. And I'd like at this point in time to move on to the person on the ground, the person who stands to benefit from projects of this nature. And Abdul will ask, and he asked me, why is everybody here today? They're here because they simply want to do business, and they want to know how to do business, and they want to know what to avoid in doing that business. And I just want to invite him to pick up a mic and share with us, speak from the heart, Abdul. What is it you'd like to see?
Thank you very much, moderator. Allow me to be a bit different, because you can see the difference between the business people and the government and the authority. The authority are calm, relaxed. The private sector, we mean business. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abdul Samad. I am the chairman and the founder of the Association of Oil and Gas. I decided to stand. If I may please ask, how many of you here are business people? Just raise your hand. How many of you are business people? Okay. And how many of you are from the authority or the government? Okay. So thank you very much. It looks like we have more business people than the officials. Your Excellency, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting us to be here. Thanks, moderator. We've exchanged emails. I know everyone is anxious. Is Abdul Samad arriving to Tanzania or not? I arrived this morning at 8, and I'm here to be with you because we are Africans. We are East Africans. We are business people. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of my brother, Richard Cabonero, which we have worked tirelessly hard since 2016 to ensure that this pipeline comes here. So, Richard, it's always a pleasure. Madam Moderator, when I looked at the title, Unlocking the Full Potential of Sustainable Energy Cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a businessman. I'm not here to tell you where to find the policies information. I'm not here to bore you. I'm here to tell you, we are Tanzanian. We are ready to do business. We don't have bureaucracies. We have a fair fiscal and regulatory regime. I saw the good pictures of His Excellency Museveni and Mama Samia. These leaders are working day and night to ensure we do business. And yet, I am very disturbed, and this is why I called Ambassador last week. I tell Ambassador, I am coming to this forum, but I'm going to speak the truth. I'm not going to sit here presenting presentations and tell you and bore you. No. I'm here to come and tell you the truth, but also to wake you up. Ladies and gentlemen, I have seen the figures of trade between Uganda and Tanzania. They are shocking. They are shocking. We are not trading as brothers. That's the truth. We have $4 or $5 billion project, EACOP, which we've all worked so hard. The government have made sure there is an intergovernment agreement, there is a host government agreement. And I keep hearing, Madam Moderator, there is HGA. Does people really understand what does HGA means? It means sacrificing. It means giving Ugandans and Tanzania opportunity. It means a freedom. The word freedom of transit, freedom and free movement of people, movement of goods from Uganda to Tanzania, Tanzania to Uganda, free. No taxation on this project that is the backbone of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to unlocking the projects in Tanzania and Uganda, allow me to say a few things. One, the government is collaborating very well since independence. But as a business community, we need to really be serious. If you want to be rich, billionaire, this is your home. If you want to be rich, heart, this is your home. If you want to be rich in trading, this is your home. But we need to seriously trade as brothers. I've seen this presentation millions of times. Millions of times. EACOP, EACOP, EACOP. But the project is here. This project is no longer a talk. The project is already here, looking for partners, looking for service companies. I saw the big numbers of the coating yard. They are currently struggling. They need supplier of food, vegetables, butter, bread, flour. We need to seriously create joint venture with Uganda and Tanzania. The boat, you are rightly so, my brother Bosco said, Magufuli did say many things, and Mama Samia is saying the same thing, but the boat is leaving the dock. We really need to work together. I've looked at various discussions and I've been picking the brain. We have a good governments of Tanzania, Uganda. B2B has been talk, but guys, there are so many tenders out here. For both EACOP, there is new pipeline between Tanzania to Uganda, a gas pipeline. There is another gas pipeline from Tanzania to other regional countries. Tanzania has the biggest project in the whole entire East and Southern Africa that can unite Ugandans and Tanzania. $40 billion LNG. They need services. They need you. They need business community. So my pledge here today is not to board you. We have so much incentives. Our government are working day and night. If you go to TIC, go to the ministries, everything is there. But we need to trade seriously. I am happy, I am open, that's why I've traveled all the way to come here to tell my fellow Tanzanians, Uganda, we have to team up. There are foreign companies coming to take small jobs where me and you can create a joint venture and work together. And the good thing about this project that you've just seen, we have created a ring fencing, which means Ugandans, no any other companies can come and take these jobs, cement, steel, catering, you name it. Same thing we have replicated for Tanzania, which what we call ring fencing. More than 12 items, we said they have to remain as local. But people are struggling. So what I want to say here is, guys, let's be serious. If you want to be a businessman, this is the time. All these projects, multi-billion-dollar. If we can create a consortium, not just one, not just two, maybe we can go 4 of us. You can have a supplier, you can have a legal firm, you can have financiers. And I have to tell you the truth, Madam Moderator. We have a problem in our banking. Because there are countries who are giving 0 interest rate, and yet here our people, we push them, we nail them, high interest rate. And then someone comes from China, India, 0 interest rate, comes here, takes your job. And our banks with the big collaterals, they're asking for the huge collateral. So I think it's time we need to team up together and say enough is enough. Ugandans and Tanzania are able to work together. Mama Samia, we have just come from France. Clean cooking. She's the champion of clean cooking. It's not just Tanzania, it's Uganda also. There is a big pot of money. I'm telling you, multi-billion-dollar clean cooking resources are there. We need to tap into that. It's you, service providers. It's you, business community, the catering and so forth. So I'm going to end here by telling you guys, it's time we need to stop the talking and do the walking. If you want to be a millionaire, this is your home. Ugandans, this is your home. But we need to work together. Create joint ventures. Let us work together. Consortium. This is how United States, United Kingdom, United this and United this. If we can create United Ugandan and Tanzania, we'll be really rich like them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abdul. I promised you it would be an exciting panel. I certainly am not the same as I'm wide awake now. And I hope the rest of you are too. There's been a lot to learn today. Thank you very much for your words of encouragement and for the clarion call, Abdul, to the rest of the business community, even those who are not yet doing business. The ideas have been planted here today. Before we go off to, I think we've had quite a bit from the panel, and it's time to ask some questions to our audience. Are there any areas that have touched you today and you'd like to hear from our panelists? Questions? I see hands going up. We've got one at the back and one at the front. Maybe we need more than one microphone. Please stand up and introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Fikiri, consultant of Upstream Energy Consulting Group.
Please put the microphone right up to your mouth so we can hear.
Yeah, a consultant from Upstream Energy Consulting Group. Thank you for the presentation from Balozi and others.
I'm not sure if it's the volume of his microphone or his. Could you please raise it?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My concern is that the presentation, when it comes to local content issues, we have seen very good regulations, but when it comes to implementation, it's a problem because we really don't have that qualified team or required people who could make follow-up of what has been done when it comes to local content. We have seen service providers, we have no official data, what has been done, and especially what has been provided to these service providers. So I think it could be really good if we could have a database which shows that what has been earned by the locals from these services which are provided by energy or oil and gas companies. Thank you.
Thank you, the panelists. I think this is the one, first of all, I want to congratulate those who have been presented. This issue is one of the issues that is really attracted me a lot. My question, actually I have two major questions and another one, if time allows, I will ask later. This question goes across the panelists. Anyone can pick up this question. Now, let me direct the question first to ECOP. ECOP is the company which deals with oil pipeline from Uganda, from is it Tilenga and Kingsphere oil fields to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. So my question is this: how is your presence in both countries, Tanzania and Uganda, helps to strike a balance in mitigating environmental concerns? I know it's a pipeline which is 1,443 kilometers, crude oil pipeline from Tilenga and Kingsphere in Uganda to port of Tanga. So how is your presence in both countries helps to strike a balance in mitigating environmental concerns, A, during exploration and production phases? And by that I mean controlling dust, waste, material. Number two, during construction of infrastructure, here I mean pipelines, clearance of land, spills from leaking pipes, atmospheric emissions from gas flaring. I was in America last year. From 2018 through 2020, there was a problem about gas flaring in North Dakota, New Mexico, and Texas. So I want to make sure that ECOP does not repeat the past mistakes. We all know that gas flaring is a pollutant, but also can be an opportunity for power generation. We are talking about sustainable energy. So how is both countries have prepared in case should it happen? Gas flaring. Can we use gas flaring as a power generation? That's question number one. Question number two, gas flaring, as I mentioned before, is a common practice in oil and gas. What innovative solutions to turn gas flaring as an opportunity of power generation? In America, Obama administration created the Environmental Defense Fund in order to tackle the problem. I'm not sure East Africa community can do what. And those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll take one more and then we'll answer those and then we'll take another round.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Alphonse Matata. I'm very excited for the Mr. Abdarrahman speech. My question is, sometimes we fail to win tender because we lack of information. We don't have details about the ECOP. So if you don't mind, you can share us the link. That's I think you know more about the project, the project. So you can share us a link that you use for send the tender in the link, so we can apply there. Thank you.
Let's discuss the first couple of questions. Ali, do you want to take a hit at local content implementation?
Thank you. National content data. First of all, we have a booth here, and we have officers. They are actually seated in front of you, Jasim and team. Whatever information you need in respect to...
Let's just make sure they stand up so there is no question that people do not know whom to go to.
You need any question, website, NSD, national content, any information, they are here, and we have a booth here, so they can give you that information. But as a policy, we've required publication of all tenders and all jobs on websites. As Petroleum Authority and EWURA, we rerun them. So what you need to know are the companies which are doing EPC, like Wale Parsons, CPP, which is doing the construction, because work is in multiple layers. Go to their websites, but also visit that website. But the first thing is that you should be on the national content, and as Abdul said, also try and do joint ventures and attend such sessions. So for me, that is there. It's a transparent process. But if there is no one who is qualified, then you go on a multi-layer. The second, maybe I should comment on, is the question of the gentleman who said flaring and gas flaring. One you should know is by law and policy, flaring is banned, at least for this project. Okay, so we have a law that says we shall not do flaring. By design of the project, we are going to have, we used to think of gas to power, but now I think that's what Mr. Maganga was talking about. We are going to have LPG. We are going to use that gas for an LPG project. And ideal, according to our estimation.
Mr. Secretary, very quickly, for people watching, what is LPG?
It's gas, cooking gas, if I should. Yes, it's liquefied petroleum gas, but the one you buy and use to cook. And as Uganda now, we've started a project where we are doing the containers. They are going to be distributed to people, ideally so that by the time the project starts, you can be able to use that gas at a very cheap price. And therefore, what it means is close to 60% of our environmental degradation in this area is agriculture and deforestation for cooking and all that. So actually the project is strategically addressing the environmental problem in the area. On the fund, we also have a provision in the HGA and the IGA, one of the most contested provision for a decommissioning fund. And if Ambassador, you remember, the major question we had with our brothers in Tanzania was, where do you put that fund? And who is going to be a signatory? Because Tanzania was saying we need the money put in Uganda because the biggest part of the pipeline is in Uganda. In Tanzania. Uganda was saying we need the money kept on our side, and then the other discussion whether it goes into a neutral country. And then we have the two governors. You imagine, sign on it. But there is a provision that once the project starts, 5 years I think, then it will start putting a certain amount as a decommissioning fund for purposes of environmental risk that will arise at the point and can be called on at the point of decommissioning. 2, we put an environmental insurance clause in the IGA and HGA, and therefore you're required to insure for that. And then the third layer is the oil spill contingency plan, which is based on a 3-tier process. First tier is the operator is responsible. The second is if you cannot handle, call on the other operator. For example, if it is on the Total site, they call on CNOC to come on at that level. That's the first tier between the operator. The second is we have a national center as Uganda and Tanzania for oil spill. So you do it nationally. And then the third tier is we've agreed that you can immediately call on Tanzania, or Tanzania calls on Uganda for a cleanup, just in case it happens, and then the cost of that will immediately be invoiced on the project. So that three-tier mechanism, again, guarantees, on top of the other aspects JB spoke about, the engineering aspect. The project is like, the pipeline is like a flask. It is insulated, double-coated, buried. It is, I always call it, it is like iPhone 16. If you look at the phone, the TAZAM rail, the TAZAM pipeline that you have here, built in 1967, Nyerere and Kenneth Kaunda, it is still operating. So if it's a phone, it's, I think, a landline, but it's still operating. This one is an iPhone 16. We are going to be using internet. We've bargained for extra fiber. For that internet, it's going to create the second cable. You know, Uganda, we used the cable from Kenya. So what we've done is that pipeline is going to give us a second internet cable from Tanzania, and Tanzania is also going to get, the districts along will get, because it's going to be operated in real time using internet. Should there be a problem, you can be able to see it. It has valves along the way, and so on. But most importantly, the nature of our crude is that it is like shoe polish. It solidifies the moment you open it in an environment. What does it mean? It means that even if worst case scenario there was a burst, the moment that crude comes out on the normal temperature, because it is moving at 50 degrees, that's why it's heated. So it means that if you have any situation, God forbid, it will not spill. It just solidifies under normal circumstances. I'm saying this to show you that there has been detailed either engineering, environmental, and scientific understanding of the project to make sure that at least any risks are minimized. If they happen, there are structures to address them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Magaga, do you want to say anything? Or I think it was Abdul. Do you want to say anything on environment? Or Mr.
Just
Magaga
a small
first?
thing to add.
Yes.
Just give a comfort that to add on what Sekatawa has presented, that the details environmental studies were done in accordance to the acceptable international standards. National and international standards, including IFC.
Thank you very much.
So now I'm using the iPhone 17 because this is 16. I like that. Madam Presenter, Moderator, sorry. There was a question that we have not answered from the first participant in terms of the local data. I would like to answer that question. So basically, as for Tanzania, if you recall, the Association of Tanzania Oil and Gas, which I'm the founder and the chair, created a database. We were the first pioneers of database of local goods and services. Local companies who are selling their goods to the public and so forth. But later on, The government came to see the excellent work we have done. It ended EWURA now as part of their mandate under the Constitution. They had to now implement it as what we call it, a part of the requirements. So EWURA then went further and created similar thing that Petroleum Authority of Uganda did, establishing the database whereby locals are able to populate all their companies, their names, their service, that whenever there's a project, it's very easy to go and grasp such there. But also our ministry, the Ministry of Energy, we have collaborated very well to ensure that these things not only ends in oil and gas, but upstream, midstream, downstream. And now we are going nationwide in terms of the other sectors like agriculture and so forth. So we do have database for local content, but we do have a database for upstream, midstream, and downstream service companies who wants to champion this sector. The other question is regarding to the environmental concern. This is something that really bothers me from time to time. Who was the gentleman who asked this question? Can you stand up a little bit? Okay, let me be very open to you. This question is coming at a time when East Africans are taking off. We have seen so many projects in the world, from bulkers, so many pipelines being built. There are so many crossover rivers, bridges, and so forth. Why everybody is targeting on this project, which has conformed to international standards? Biodiversity studies were done, and it was not done by the Tanzanians or Ugandans. They were done by international reputable companies. Europeans, the Americans, they all came and did the studies. And yet today they are say, you did not do these studies. They are environmental concern. What are they? Let's be open here. If there is an agenda to derail this project, if there's an agenda to derail the interest of our East Africans, Uganda and Tanzania, let them come onto the table, but not this excuse. Sorry.
Okay, just quick remarks on some of the remaining elements. Now, on national content, local content, ECOP organizes supplier forums both in Uganda and in Tanzania to ensure that local participation is maximized. Please ensure that you participate in these fora because that is where the details are shared. And if you miss that, then go to the website. The ECOP website is full of tenders. The PAU website is linked. All the tenders are there. If you miss the websites, go to the print media. All tenders are published. So there is nothing that is done that is not fully communicated. But I really invite you to participate in the supplier forums. And I will not repeat what Ali said. ECOP is a very intelligent system. We have a whole leak detection. We prevent leakages. We prevent leakages, and should they happen, there is a whole contingency plan in place. I thank you.
Thank you. There was a question, though, and I think it's really important. There was a question about the how. We know what is available. We know the opportunities are available. But is it possible that sometimes when we are planning business, we are planning it only from a certain level? if we send people to a website, how sure are we that they're able to navigate it the way a lot of other people can? I'm talking about, you know, everybody being on some kind of level ground. Is this something designed only for people who already have? How do we make this simpler? How do we break it down? Do you want to take that, Ali?
Okay, it's on. The how is a challenge, and I agree, but I think from maybe 2018, 2019, we've been trying, first of all, to bring the conversation in public, which you're doing very well, to do what the Muslims call muazzin, because every morning at 6, the imam does a muazzin. He reminds you to go and pray. But you know that some wake up and go and pray, others continue sleeping. So from 2018, we've been doing the muazzin. There are those who woke up. Abdul Salam is here, and his team, he's been a very good advocate. Here in Tanzania, he created the association, he brought around people, but some remained sleeping. When we came here, as JB said before, with the meetings, negotiations with the late Honorable Magufuli, he used to say, hapa ni kazi tu. That time we were on speeches. The project has started. You've seen the pictures, you know, and this project mostly started in Tanzania first, because by its design, first sort out the port, come this side. So what first is this, is to say, can we meet, do the muazzin? Those who wake up, they will wake up. Some will leave, even here, they go and sleep. 2 is what JB has said, workshops. 3, the people are there. 4, we've been running a project, I think, for 2-3 years. We got funding from Africa Development Bank to do SMEs, training with the different experts who have been training local people along the chain, businesses, so that they can develop. 5, at least for Uganda now, we've signed a contract with what is called an industrial enhancement center. I would encourage Tanzanians to also look at that. It's going to set up, and when it sets up, the purpose is really to take through businesses, small businesses, on how to do procurement, what are the requirements for HSE, how, and so on. That one is already there, it is ongoing. But the rest, the other one is also real. It is business, as Abdul Salam said. It is self-help. It is for you to know that this is business. If I don't do this, my colleague will do it. Why? What do we look at our level? It is that at the end of the day, this work has been done by a Tanzanian or a Ugandan. I don't mind which Tanzanian or which Ugandan. So the one who woke up and prepared will do the work, as long as he is the one which is gazetted. I think then it is incumbent upon everyone to see what are the requirements with the platforms which are there. Thank you.
I think we've got just maybe a minute. I want to give the opportunity to someone who didn't speak at all on this side. And I think, Honey, you want to make a comment, or do you want to ask? I called him, it's his name. I said Honey, but that's his name. So very, very quickly, because I know the moderator will be here soon. Over here, over there, and Honey.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, presenters. The issue which I want to add my voice is on local content. I'm called Hane Malinga. At times, I call myself acting director emeritus. I was the director of petroleum. Until recently, I was told to go back to your position. As Minister of Energy and Environment, we are in charge of policy, and national content or local content falls under us. What are we doing to enable local companies to participate in this sector? We are working with Uganda National Bureau of Standards to make sure we create standards, we domicile those standards to the country, so that when we are competing with the standards which can be compared with the whole world. So that is part of our engagement as Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. Under the new program, under NDP 3, we are working under programs. So you'll find that under the Sustainable Petroleum Resource Development, where I'm the coordinator, we have Minister of Foreign Affairs has a role to play. National Bureau of Standards has a role to play. Universities have roles to play. Uganda Police has a role to play. So we work under one group. So with that similar engagement, and from what my colleague earlier said, for example, we have the Industrial Enhancement Center. We are now going to see how best can we have participants from Tanzania coming to see what we plan to do, so that when we are talking of offering services, they should be uniform. So I just want to tell colleagues here, participants, that national content or local content is something which we can benefit if we make ourselves active. We don't want to sleep, as my colleague has said. That's thank you. I want to end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hani. Next.
Mwenyekiti na mwendesha mjadala, naomba unisamehe, mimi ni Mswahili. Nashukuru kwa comment ambayo Mheshimiwa Chairman amesimama hapa kwenye podium. Alisema kwamba inasikitisha kwamba biashara zifanyiki kati ya Uganda na Tanzania, kwamba zinatia hali fulani ambayo sio nzuri. Nilikuwa naomba pengine nizungumze ushauri kwa watu wa private sector ya Uganda na Tanzania, mawazo yangu kwamba jana nilikuwa naangalia kwenye mitandao, sasa wanarusha makochi na vitu kutoka hizi how do we call it, furnitures from Mexico, zinakuja kutoka Latin America. Lakini Muganda naamini anaweza, Mtanzania anaweza. Sasa concern yako ilikuwa ni kwa nini biashara haifanyiki? Sio? Jambo ni hili, watu wa private sector wanapaswa kulielewa. Kwa mawazo yangu na research yangu ni hii. Kwanza, sijui kwa kesi ya Uganda, lakini kwa sisi wa Tanzania mara nyingi ni waongo. Watu tunazungumza uongo. Tumeenda tumechukua vitu kwenye internet, tumebrandi vizuri, lakini when it comes kwa issue ya quality inakuwa ni poor. Kwa hiyo watu ni waongo by nature, ni tunafanya cosmetics ya vitu. Kwa hiyo watu ukimlisha kitu kwa mara ya kwanza hatarudi tena kwako. That's one. But two, ningeomba watu wa private sector walioko hapa to address issue kama ni Uganda ni error free product. Chochote kinachotoka Uganda iwe ni culture yetu, kwamba tunatengeneza sasa vitu ambavyo havina makosa, na tuache kusingizia kwamba eti sisi ni wanadamu tuna makosa, sio kama malaika. Mimi waga nasema wao ni uongo. Kwanza ni uvivu wa kufikiri, kwa sababu hata malaika wana makosa, sio walifukuzwa mbinguni? Yes, wamefukuzwa mbinguni, ni wajinga tu wanazunguka hapa wanatusumbua. Kwa hata malaika wanakosea. Lazima tufate watu wazuri na tutengeneze error free, tuwe na hiyo advocacy kwenye uchumi wetu. Ndio itafanya mimi niweze kununua kitu cha Mganda. Kwa mfano sasa hivi mimi sina kitu cha nyumbani kwangu, nimekuwa bombarded na vitu kutoka mataifa mbalimbali, kwa sababu sioni kwamba kuna kitu Uganda kinaweza compete, kwa sababu kina error free haijawa advocated ndani ya chumi zetu. tunazungumzia mambo mengi, mambo ya policy, mambo ya nini, mambo ya regulatory authorities hizi. Tanzania tuna Bureau of Standard nini na nini, lakini wale hawaji kuniregulate mimi kama mimi ninapokuwa kwenye kiwanda changu kwenye coated, na hiyo ndio itaweza kufanya mimi niweze kuita jana nizungumza Kabaragara kutoka Kiotera, kutoka Mnyonyo, kutoka wapi, ije hapa tuitafute kwa sababu ni error free. Kwa hiyo na hiyo huwa haifundishwi na Bureau Standard za Uganda wala za Tanzania, ni yako wewe. Kwa hiyo ningeomba private sector hiyo ndio itakayo promote vitu viende juu, kwa sababu siku hizi watu tunakula vitu vinavyotoka kwenye vinavyotengenezwa na angels vinavyotengenezwa kutoka paradise. Unakutana na kitu kutoka chini utafikiri kimetengenezwa sio kwenye dunia hii. Alright? Sisi tunafikaje hapa? Ndio inayofanya nguo kutoka Uganda niinunue, kwa sababu inaonekana kama hivi imetengenezea watu walioko kwenye paradise, kwenye bustani ya mfalme. Asante sana, nashukuru kwa kuzungumza Kiswahili, lakini nafikiri mmenielewa.
Thank you. One last final question at the front over here. One last question at the front.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaiah Ruwanyechiro. I'm from Uganda, breathtaking Uganda. I have a quick question to ECOP. Have you put in place mechanisms for educational tours, tourism, so that as we continue to tell the story, the locals are able to acclimatize with the pipeline story and to understand it better, educational tours and things like that? Also,
I think we only have time for one question.
It's just a quick remark. Do we foresee creation of towns along the pipeline, or that's something you don't foresee? Thank you.
Okay, we've got literally 2 minutes, so I'll give 1 minute to Abdul and 1 minute to JB.
Yes, thank you for that question. As we develop ECOP, we are aware that history is being made, and so we have put the communication teams to collect information and build the story of ECOP. We are working with the communities to ensure that the story of ECOP is fully captured, and working with the Ministry of Energy and PAU, the Petroleum Authority, and also coming across to Tanzania, we are ensuring that this story does not go without being recorded. And that, in addition, we have also had a number of cultural heritage aspects. We are working with the cultural institutions in both countries to capture the story and have it in the museum. So that is being done indeed. Thank you for that.
I think for me, I will just translate the gentleman what he was referring to. He was basically saying that we have local goods that have manufactured in the region or Tanzania, but not able to be sold outside. All right? Now, there are a few things here. We kept saying time to time, compare apples and apples. If we are told to manufacture goods that are conforming to international standards, we should not take corners. If we are told to abide by the ISO certification, do a training, compile ISO standard, you'll be successful. But also there are really good people who are manufacturing the goods. Yes, we know there is a challenge for these goods to go outside, but we are also the problem ourselves. We are not following the process and procedure. We want to do the running before we start saying mama. So I encourage everybody, those who are here, whether you're a manufacturer or business community, ensure that you have standards, ensure that you're conforming to HSE, QSE, but also some of these goods, in order to travel outside, they need the originality. barcode. So people need to understand that it's not just about selling goods. They might end up in Kariakoo if you do not have the standards, if they are not certified by the authorities in order to go outside. But again, I understand that there are some issues of in-country value and value addition. This is also our problem, which the government, both governments have been addressing. So I just wanted to say one thing to my fellow Ugandans and Tanzanians. Let us be aggressive, assertive, knowing all these challenges, they should not hinder you from doing what you're doing best. Work around it, find a solution. If, if Steve Jobs created MacBook, why can't we do it? It's just a mindset change. If we're able to change our mindset, if we are able to be aggressive, assertive, change a few things, we might be able to be successful. And we are seeing Tanzanians now are leading international. We are seeing the Ugandans in the champions. We are seeing our people in East Africa competing with the rest of the world. So it's not that it's impossible. It's just we have to change our mindset and the comfort zone. We are too comfort. That's what I would say.
Thank you. To our MC, I've had one last request, which I cannot refuse because it comes from Private Sector Foundation Uganda. And I'll just give her a very short moment to say something, Ms. Sarah Kajingo, and we shall wrap up.
Thank you, Margaret, and you're such a fantastic moderator. I thought I should clarify on our colleagues' concerns on standards. Lakini nitapima kuzungumza kwanza kwa Swahili. Sasa Private Sector Foundation namna TPSF, Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, ni associations za wafanya biashara, and for us the portfolio is really big: manufacturing, oil and gas, professional services, ICT, tourism and hospitality. But on the specific issue he has raised on standards, it concerns all of us, small and medium enterprises, the big companies, because you cannot penetrate each other's markets without those standards. And both of our countries have National Bureau of Standards. So what we've done back home as Private Sector Foundation, because we partner with several valued partners, MasterCard Foundation, European Union, World Bank, and we are collaborating with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards to ensure that all our products, be they agriculture, be they furniture, have a standard and they acquire that certification. We have so far, in the last 1 year, paid for over 500 products to be certified. We take up that cost. So we are happy to handhold businesses, but again, this is not an event. Standardization, all these issues that we have across value chains of commodities cannot be solved in one day. The reason we are here is to listen and to ensure that when we go back home, we continue to collaborate with TPSF and our two governments to ensure that we eliminate all those issues. But for me, the key takeaway from everything we are discussing here today is that we are moving towards eliminating non-tariff barriers across the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I think as we wrap up, Ali has one last announcement, and you can come up as he makes it.
Helen, are you here, Helen? Can you stand up, please? Okay. Those Ugandans, this is very important. Those of you who travel everywhere from Uganda or East Africa, if you have any issue, query, if you need assistance in Tanzania, if you need something responded, if you can see this young lady here, Helen Clark, please, she's your focal point. She is the head of the Secretariat for the Association of Tanzania Oil and Gas, which we are collaborating with TPSF, East Africa Business Council, and the rest of the region. So she can be your focal point. If you have any questions or anything that you need, you are not alone. And then the Ugandans are coming with the iPhone 18 now.
I was saying complete it with Mr. Simwe there. He can also stand on the Ugandan side. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I think we've had a powerful panel this morning. I think we've really heard a lot that has now stimulated our appetites. We're going to have a happy lunch, I suppose. But to our panelists, we're really honored that you responded to the invitation to come today to engage with the people. Thank you for all the lessons you have taught us and for the information you have disseminated. And thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Please put your hands together as we end this session.
Well, thank you, Margaret, for being a wonderful moderator, and thank you, the panelists. So can you please join me in welcoming Madam Nora Bigirwa Nyendoha, Member of Parliament and Chairperson of Foreign Affairs Committee, Uganda, to award the accolades to our esteemed speakers here. Can we have a round of applause to Madam Nora, please? Without forgetting, in the afternoon, we still have 2 more very important sessions for both our countries as our speakers are getting the accolades. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause, please. A round of applause. Thank you. All right, we'll have a picture. For the first time in the panels, we have 2 ladies in one picture. Can we have the picture now? Yes, Good. Thank you very much, sirs and madams. That was a very wonderful panel discussion, and I hope, as our guest of honor yesterday, the Prime Minister said, these are going to be very productive. We are very thankful for this one. Thank you. Thank you. So a few announcements before we break for lunch. First of all, we are going to have the closing ceremony. We're going to have the guest of honor here in the afternoon session. From the afternoon session, we're going to have the guest of honor here. So please, after lunch, make sure you make your way up here very quickly to make sure that we have all the logistics covered. But also, the process of getting lunch is the same as yesterday. For those that were not here yesterday or those who forgot, lunch is in the first floor. Is at the first floor. So what you're going to do is when you're heading out, you will be given the coupons. Make sure you have your coupon before you go to the first floor. So the ushers will be giving you coupons. But also the ushers will be handing out keepsakes when we get back here. So there will be, the organizers have prepared a little something for everyone who's here. So please get back on time so you can get your keepsake. But also the most important thing, what brought us all here, the discussions. In the afternoon, we are going to have 2 panels. The first one will be on enhancing tourism partnerships. So we're told about tourism since yesterday. The PM talked about it, I think, thoroughly, a bit more. He even invited Ugandans to come and visit Tanzanian tourist sites before they leave. So we are going to talk about the enhancing tourism partnerships, but we are also going to talk about the commercial agriculture, a sustainable approach. So an approach to commercial agriculture in the afternoon sessions. Both sessions will be very important for both our countries. The afternoon session will start at 2 p.m. sharp. So okay, if we can have everyone here at a few minutes before 2, a few minutes to 2 p.m. sharp, so that we can start the afternoon session. So as we did yesterday, can we have the VIPs please move first and head to a lunch, and then we'll have everybody else following up. So can we have the VIPs first, led by His Excellency Ambassador, and the VIPs, can we all move together please? And then we'll have everybody else move to the first floor for the lunch break. As I said earlier, a few minutes to 2, please, if you can be here, so we can start at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
The only company.
So let's respect the VIPs. Let's make sure the VIPs.
I don't know where you're standing, you have a bit of space, eh? Create some heat. And so when I say left, you step on the left. So if we're doing this and I say left, you step on the left. When I say right, you step on the right, yeah? We're going to gauge our listening capacity. Okay, let's go. Quickly, we do it quickly. Left, left. Continue with your hands, I'm not seeing you. Right, left, right, right. Some people went on the left. Let's continue. Left, right, left, left. We saw the ones who remain there. Let's continue. Okay, I'll ask you to touch one body part, okay? We go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, your head. Some people are touching their shoulders. I say the head. We go again. Back to our hands. We go. Head, shoulders, head, head, knees. Some people are touching their backs. Okay, let's stretch out a little bit and make sure that our hand, stretch your hands, stretch your waist together. This is how we keep dodging gym. Most of us, you get onto your car, you're chauffeured to your office, you use the lift, you sit all day, and then let's go a little bit. Some of you, even when the gym is at office, you never go. It is very important for your health, okay? Your head. We'll go back to the toes. Your back is very important. It has your nervous system. Touch your toes. We see everyone who is not healthy. They don't want to touch their toes. I didn't say cuffs. I said toes. Okay, thank you so much. Let's get seated. But please, I still do request that whoever is at the back to just draw closer. This is not going to be very long. Mr. Koloa, do we have communication before we can go for a panel? Please, here you are.
All right. Thank you very much, Mildred. Just one more exercise. Can you have the biggest money of your country and give it to your neighbor? Like 10,000 for Tanzania. If you have 10,000, give it to your neighbor. This is the exercise that everybody is asking, who is this guy? Where did he come from? All right. So we've had Madam Mildred here asking politely for everybody at the back to please come forward. So if there's a chair in front of you, please move to those chairs. Naomba tusogee mbele ili tuweze kupata usikivu mzuri. Can we move forward so we can all listen positioned very well. Can we all move forward, please? We still have chairs here. We still have chairs on the white chairs. Can we move, please? Can we move? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone that is moving forward. We are going to have the panel number 3 on enhancing tourism partnerships. Enhancing tourism partnerships. Trying to make sure that we visit Uganda, Uganda visits Tanzania. And to moderate this session, please join me in welcoming none other than Ms. Mildred Tuhaise, the moderator for the day. Please, can we have the largest round of applause to Ms. Mildred, please? Come on, let's keep going, let's keep going. Ladies, I can't hear you. Come on, let's cheer for a fellow lady here, yeah. Okay, so over to you, Ms. Mildred, as you call on your speakers. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Koloa. And yes, it's time to visit each other. And someone said when they moved from wherever they moved and came to Uganda and toured what Uganda looks like, they said, this is the Pearl of Africa. And that's definitely who we are. But also when you move to Tanzania, there are things you see and you ask yourself, am I in Africa or I am somewhere else? Now when we're talking about tourism, we're talking about gifted by nature. We're talking about God-given aspects. And unfortunately, this is the wrong thing that sometimes is done, that we think we can only depend on that which God has given, which is true, but how do we enhance it? When we're talking about tourism, what kind of products are you selling out to the persons who are coming? Because in most of the times we have, like earlier on in the mining conversation where they say geology does not know any boundaries, what you find in Tanzania, you might find it in Uganda. It's the same kind of thing, that we might have a bit of homogeneity with the kind of products that we do have. But what twist do you give to it? What twist do you give to your tourism sector that you want to continue inviting people? Now, we know that during COVID-19, it was worse. There was no visiting. Every tourism sector of every country was literally shut down. We went to our knees. Over, more than 60% of the jobs were lost. When you look at the hotels, I know I have some tourism experts here. They will tell you just how much of cancellations they got during that period. But we are now slowly but surely getting back to the areas where we were before COVID-19, and that is what we want to maintain and even grow much bigger. Earlier on in the conversation, Mr. Simo was continuously reminding us that we need to close off the borders in our minds, those colonial borders and territories, and think about working together. So how do we enhance partnerships? How do we enhance collaboration? That as tour operators and tour investors, because here we're talking about investments, we are able to leverage on each other's advantage. And in case there are any sort of loopholes or bottlenecks, we can definitely be able to deal with them. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without taking a lot more time, allow me invite our panel. And in no particular order, I will say I start with the ladies. They say ladies first. That is my motto. Unless when there is danger. When there is danger, I start with the men, because they are strong enough to be able to kick off the danger. Okay, to begin with, let me have Miss Lucy Ismail, who is the country manager, Uganda Airlines. Miss Lucy Ismail, wherever you are, let's give her a round of applause. Lucy is right at the back, and she will be coming, talking about flying the crane across the world. How do we get to do that? And also, allow me call in Mr. Isaiah Rwanyechiro, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Breathtaking Tours and Travel Uganda. I love how people get the names of their businesses. It depends. There's someone who went, who traveled and got a name of, it was a flour milling factory, and they were getting a French name. When we asked what is the meaning, there was no connection to flour, but they just loved the name. But even the customers could not pronounce it. I said, what is that? And wherever they traveled, it was the name of bread. and here you're selling unga and you want to call it that exactly. So breathtaking tours with us. I also have Mr. Rujimbana Richard, who is the Executive Director, the Executive Secretary of the Tourism Confederation of Tanzania. So wherever you are, Mr. Rujimbana, where are you, Mr. Richard Rujimbana, from the Executive Secretary, Tourism Confederation of Tanzania? I think he's still outside, but we'll definitely start off. And this one, when you talk about Uganda, I think not Uganda anymore. If you talk about tourism across East Africa, across the region, it is a household name. The Chief Executive Officer of Great Lakes Safaris and Lodges Uganda, Mr. Amos Wekesa. Let's give him a round of applause. Definitely. And as we get Amos, I hope that Laura, if you kindly help see where Mr. Rujimbana Richard could be, the Executive Secretary, Tourism Confederation of Tanzania. We don't want to make this feel like it is lopsided, right? And at least we have a lady on the panel. We have a lady on the panel this time. No. Amos, if you don't mind, please, let's just get a bit closer. There is no much social distancing. COVID is a little bit still far away from us. So ladies and gentlemen, our conversation is going to be around tourism because after all, you might work a lot. You might need to take that break. Not might, but you will need to take that much needed break because it is very important. Sometimes when you talk about tourism, we think, those are things for the rich. No, there are things for everyone else. And that is why even on this panel, we're going to be focusing on the aspect of domestic tourism. And so when we're talking domestic, how do Ugandans visit Uganda? How do Tanzanians visit Tanzania? And then how do we start crossing over to each other's countries? And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time to come and be with us. And I would like to definitely start with Mr. Isaiah Ranyechiro, who is... you started out with basically aspects of domestic tourism, and now you are starting on the regional trips. First of all, let's look at the overview of the tourism sector. And when we talk domestic, in most of the cases, not all of us want to visit our own countries. When we're thinking about tourism, I want to go to Dubai, I want to go to everywhere. What are some of those challenges in dealing with or enhancing domestic tourism in your country?
Thank you very much. My name is Isaiah Jobs Rwanyechiro, like you've been told. When we mention domestic tourism, we're talking about people of a certain locality or country visiting their country. Maybe Ugandans visiting Uganda or Tanzanians visiting Tanzania. And from the research we did in the beginning, we discovered that many Ugandans didn't know their country. In the past, people used to go to different schools across the country, but eventually, people started going to schools closer to their homes. So you find a lot of Ugandans didn't know their country. So we initiated a behavior change campaign and worked with different partners, Ministry of Tourism. We worked with some celebrities, Miss Uganda, and we did also work with the media very well to try and encourage Ugandans to visit Uganda. And we did this through group trips, because group trips are cheap. You create a lot of vibe when people travel together, and it's easy. So we created packages that were cost-friendly, and we encourage people to travel in groups to different parts of Uganda. And over the course of the last 45 years, we've done over 100 trips. And now, as I speak, Ugandans are visiting their country. Recently, as of last year, we started, because we had toured almost the whole of Uganda, people were like, can we go to the next level? And last year, we successfully did 2 trips to Zanzibar. The biggest trip, we had 40 Ugandans flying into Zanzibar last year in December. So the hunger for travel is there, but the initial challenge was communication. People thought it was very expensive, but with group travel, we make it easy, we make it cheaper, and we partner with airlines, with hotels, and it's then easier for people to travel.
Okay, I love that when you were talking about travel, you kept mentioning the idea of flying. And this is where I want Lucy to come in. Starting off on the issue of the challenges impeding our tourism sector, both at personal level and also at maybe country level, because when you talk about flying, that is an expense that is involved. And for many people, that is what keeps them away, and they're saying, I really love Tanzania, I want to go to this particular place, I want to go to and visit Zanzibar, whatever it is, but I don't have the money. What are some of those challenges that you've experienced as an airline, even being able to sell tourism to a totally different country, or even to say the nationals themselves? If you could use the mic.
Thank you for that. My name is Lucy Ismail. Yeah, when you talk about the challenges, what I can really say is we as Africans, as first and foremost, we do not really plan ahead. But if we do plan ahead, then we can work with the other hotels and come up with a form of a package whereby we can, when we work together with the hotels, then they have their discounts, airline has its own discounts. So when we sell it out to a client, we convince them that with this ticket, you can still get accommodation, you can get maybe a tour somewhere else. So we need to really join hands and work together if we're going to enhance our partnership within the tourism industry. Is basically what I can say. But the challenge that we have is also the taxes that we get from the government, the airport authorities. The taxes are very high, which is what makes also travel become difficult. Apart from that, it is also somebody's will to be able to fly. Many would like to fly, as you said, yes, but when they look at the costing, and then that's where I go back again, that the taxes are what is very high. So for us to enhance and partnership with not only the hotels, we also need to enhance partnership with the airport authorities. So then we can see how we can regulate on the revenues so they get their taxes but not at a very high cost. So that will also enable us to fill the aircrafts and my colleagues to fill the hotels and etc.
That's very true. Thank you, Lucy. Let me come to Amos. And I want us to still start on the issue of domestic tourism, because they say charity begins at home. Where is the biggest challenge with intra-tourism, if we just look at the country itself, and what so far has been done and what more can be done?
I think every country that is successful in the world in tourism always has close to 90% of the tourists being domestic tourists. So if you go, for example, to China, about 500 million Chinese move within China every single year, and about 53 million external tourists come from all over the world. And the idea is that when you have 90% of the locals appreciating the products that they have, it is easier for them to become a voice. It's easier for them, a voice of a country. And I look at Uganda, for example. One of the challenges Uganda has not pushed so much tourism is because the general population does not tour Uganda a lot. So sometimes I speak to people and people think I'm lying about Uganda and how beautiful it is. You know, Ugandans and very educated people. And so in fact, that one takes me to a point where I sometimes think that for a country like Uganda, or Tanzania as well, is that in our education system, kids by the age of 7 should understand the value, for example, of Lake Victoria. What's the value of the Nile? What does good weather mean? What does good food mean? What do the mountains mean to the country? What all these bird species mean to a country? I think that is extremely, very, very critical. Of course, domestic tourism also plays another role. It opens the minds of the people within a country about opportunities in investment. I think for me, if I had not had a chance to become, I first started out as a cleaner, became an office messenger. But when I became a tour guide, it gave me a chance to actually see my country and appreciate my country through the eyes of the tourists. I remember when I was a tour guide in 1998, 99, I used to do Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. And when tourists finished their trip, some would shed tears. How is it possible that people can be so poor in such a beautiful country? And I used to look at my country in terms of who doesn't like me, the border guys, whatever it is. Then I started appreciating Uganda differently because I was seeing things that, my eyes were open to things that many people were not unaware too. And I must say, Uganda, or East Africa, must become a domestic market. And I remember one time I was doing a presentation where there was a president of Kenya and our president, I said, for example, in aviation, why can't we domesticate flights between Uganda and Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania? Domesticating flight means that when a flight arrives from Entebbe to Kilimanjaro, it should be counted as a domestic flight. And it could, because let me tell you, if you're flying between Entebbe and Nairobi, for example, on a ticket, $50, you're charged $50 as taxes by Uganda on that ticket. You're also charged another $50 by Kenya on that same ticket. So when my sister here starts calculating her ticket, she starts from $100. And yet I have flown from Amsterdam to Madrid. It's 2.5, to Madrid or Barcelona. It's 2.5 hours, but you're paying $70, 70 euros for a flight. And that is how it's supposed to be, because a lot of people don't want to spend a lot more money on transport. They would love to spend money on actual consumption. And I would spend in a good hotel, good food, good restaurant, and so on and so forth. But maybe later I would like to talk about I've come to Tanzania. In Uganda I own, and I'm CEO of Great Lake Safaris. Then Uganda Lodges. Uganda Lodges, I'm building a 5th lodge in Uganda. Of course, I'm outside. I'm also into other businesses outside tourism, but since we're discussing tourism, I'll keep my stuff to tourism. But I've also come to Tanzania. Maybe I'll share my experience later.
Exactly, and I wanted to already start there with your experience sharing before I get to Isaiah. What's been your experience coming into Tanzania and investing here? Because Uganda, and then we're crossing the borders to Tanzania.
Well, I think one thing that I've appreciated in the last, the first project which I'm finishing, my first lodge is opening in the first week of July, and it's in Tarangire National Park. It was called the Boundary Hill Lodge, for those who can Google, but now it's going to be called Mwamba Lodge Tarangire. Then we have 3 other places that we're going to be developing within the next 2 years. I must say that I started pushing for this particular spot in 2015. I only got it last year in December. So it was a bit difficult trying to, it's a good project, it's a good space. Good things don't come easy. When I came here, I also appreciated the fact that I was once a tour guide, and I did Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. In 1999, some people here in this room probably were not born. The landscape was different. The beauty was even much better than what it is today. We'd come in, enter, Arusha, get all Land Rovers. The roads between, the roads generally in East African national parks were really bad. The road between Arusha and, say, Tarangire or Gorogoro, like Manyara or Serengeti, were extremely tough roads. You would arrive to Karatu with all, you look like dust yourself. But now things have improved. There is a lot of interest. Roads have become a lot better in Tanzania. There's a lot of focus on the tourism. Now, the other thing that I also appreciate is the fact that as a kid, I spoke Swahili. So my Swahili had rusted over time. But coming to Tanzania and investing now, my Swahili has improved so well. I mean, so much that I'm so proud of myself. You guys don't have to be proud of me, but I'm so proud of myself of how much I have learned. I mean, I can tell you what mukataba means now. That's an agreement. But the other thing that I've also witnessed, just like Uganda Investment Authority, Tanzania actually has extremely very proactive Tanzania Investment Center. And what amuses me is that, and there's a particular person, I think there's a lady called Vera, I've not met her, but she's the one who based in Moshi and coordinates a lot of the tourism investments on that part of Tanzania. They will tell you, we'll call you in 15 minutes. Within 5 minutes, they will call you, coordinate with everybody. And it becomes now my problem. You know, at the end of the day, it's me who is like slower than the guys themselves. They've been calling me now about incentives. I'm bringing quite a number of containers coming in, which arrive maybe in 2 weeks' time from different parts, you know. And they're helping me coordinate it. They're asking me, what do you need in terms of cars? Of course, what is happening in Tanzania now is that from now to about October, Tanzania has 3 problems. Number one is that they're going to run out of tour guides. Number 2, they're going to run out of cars in terms of, you know, and then they're going to run out of accommodations. Now, for me, that's a fantastic problem because it means that I should actually invest more efforts in trying to tap into the opportunities available in Tanzania. The other thing is that people are actually very friendly. You know, you don't find the animosity that you would find in many places. I think Tanzanians, generally speaking, have a very good, warm relationship with Ugandans. They have a very good, warm relationship with Ugandans. They're excited to see a Ugandan speak Swahili. They will go and, you know, slaughter a goat for you just because you're able to speak Swahili from Uganda. So we're extremely in good hands. And I can also tell you that even before we start, the amount of push, everybody's pushing me and saying, when are you opening? Bookings are coming in, even before the lodge is done. So for the Ugandans looking at investing in Tanzania, you have to go through proper registration. You have to get a group lawyer. You have to make sure that you actually registered with the Tanzania Investment Center. And I can tell you they're extremely very good at what they do. But on the other hand as well, if you're Tanzanian, there are lots of opportunities in Uganda. Uganda is a part of Africa, not by mistake. You know, the world best weather, you want to see the mountain gorillas, you want to see chimpanzees, you want to see some of the toughest mountain on the African continent is actually in Uganda. The toughest range of mountains on Africa is actually in Uganda. It's only the highest point that is in Tanzania, you know. There's just the Nile and the people, the culture, the food. I always tell people when I travel, my biggest problem, at the age of 51, I'm now 51 years old, at the age of 51, it's very difficult to be flexible on food and weather. When I go to Europe, I am thinking, when am I leaving this hell and going back to Africa? But Tanzania, of course, has food close to what Uganda has, but it's nothing that beats Uganda. When you go to Uganda and enjoy the food, you never eat a pineapple anywhere in the world, even in Kenya or Tanzania, that is as good as Ugandan pineapple, and the people, the friendliness. It's a fantastic thing that we need to appreciate. So Kenyans or Tanzanians in the room, I would like to encourage you to also invest in Uganda. Just as an example, because I've invested here, I have a reason to tell you to actually go also and invest in Uganda.
Sure. You're doing it. And Isaiah, I totally agree with Amos. That's the biggest problem with many Ugandans. They've been spoiled by the Ugandan food. And every time you travel, like, I want to go back home and eat food. I want to go back home. But Isaiah, let's get on the experiences, especially as well, now that you started on regional tours, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda as well coming through. What's your experience with having to get people on board to visit their own continent, to visit the proximity that they are in?
I think the biggest challenge is lack of awareness. So we have to do a lot of awareness, mainly through social media, mainstream media, to get people to know these destinations and to know the stories and to understand the attractions in those places. But these days it's very easy with social media. You create videos, you create pictures, flyers, you boost them, you push them around, and people come through. People come through, they book the trips, and we take them around. And when they come to Rwanda and Tanzania, they are happy because they are seeing a different world. They are interacting with different cultures. They are, for the first time, some of them are seeing crystal blue, clear waters of the ocean, which we have Lake Victoria, but the water is not as clear.
It is gray.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But when you go to Zanzibar, the water is amazing, you know, crystal blue, and people have a lot of fun. You swim with the dolphins, and it's a good experience.
Very great. And I mean, that's it about tourism. You are selling the experience. You are selling the senses. I'll later on be talking about the packages that we do have. But let me get to Lucy once again here. And if you could just pass the microphone on to her. Lucy, where are the opportunities and what are they that can be able to tap in for the tourism potential of both Uganda and Tanzania?
Okay, I'll start off by saying opportunities are there, but airlines and our travel partners, the hotels, the industries, if we worked closely with the tourist boards, so then we can also collaborate collectively in advertising, as he said, my colleague says about the social media and etc. That would really help us boost, and also that my former colleague there, Amos, had also mentioned about the costing. Costing, yes, is there, but when we look at, if the authorities, again, if we partner with them well, we can get traffic rights of freedom flights. Then only, at least the costings would be revised and come down, so we wouldn't have to pay so much on the taxes. And that would also be something to motivate our colleagues, our guests, who are out willing to travel, and we wouldn't need so much energy to try and convince somebody to travel, because definitely with those traffic rights, the taxes are down, so it is something manageable, especially if one plans well in advance. So that would be something else. But a major opportunity for us here, I would look at as an airline, if we can interline with our fellow partners. We are not here to compete, but we are here to work together. The market is very big, and we cannot say Uganda Airlines, as I sit here, is that it can cover everything. But if I interline with my co-partner, Air Tanzania or Precision Air, I bring in somebody from Uganda. I'm only allowed 3 destinations in Tanzania, being a regional airline. That means I can't take them to Mwanza. We fly into Dar, we fly into Kilimanjaro and Zanzibar. But I can get somebody from Entebbe who wants to go to Mwanza. So if I interline with another airline, Air Tanzania or Precision, I can still bring them in, connect them on Air Tanzania or Precision, and we still do make a sale. So that is a major opportunity that I see at the moment. Thank you.
All right, I totally love the interlinking, and that is where I go back to Amos. Quite related to what you're talking about. Amos, packaging is very key, because it's not just about the flora and fauna, which we do have, and like you clearly said, I mean, things are changing. The kind of beauty that you would see is still existent, but not as intact as it was in the past. And then I see gorillas today, and I want to come back tomorrow and see gorillas, and the next day I'm going to see gorillas. How do we turn around the packaging, both for Uganda and Tanzania, with regard to what we are going to? Because with tourism, you're selling the 5 senses. I want to be wowed and be able to remember, but I also want to touch, I want to feel, I want to eat and understand that, that is a very sweet pineapple that I've never found anywhere. Let's talk about the packaging of our tourism sector.
I think the key thing for my observations is that before you think about packaging, if I am a tourist in Europe and I want to come to, say, a country in Africa, I have appreciated, say, Tanzania. What comes to my mind? The 2 things that come to my mind. One is how flexible is it for me to get a visa? So this has been already solved between Uganda and Tanzania. So that's no problem with that. What we're also expecting Tanzania to do is to do what we do with Kenya. You can actually use your national identity card and go to Kenya, fly into Kenya. We still need a passport to be able to come to Tanzania as a Ugandan. And that's a big problem. Number 2, I would think about air transport or means of transport. If, for example, I'm coming from Europe and I have to go to Dubai before I come to Uganda or before I come to Tanzania, to reduce the chances of me coming to the country, because I don't want to spend 8 hours when I have opportunities with other 196 countries, of which maybe 100 of them have direct flights to their own countries. So key thing for us is making sure that every Ugandan or every Tanzanian gets to learn that is so free for you to enter Tanzania. And it's okay, very okay for you to enter Uganda. The same, that the process will be so easy for you. Number two, we need to make sure that we engage our national carriers as well. I think one of the things that I spend 2 weeks in Uganda now and 2 weeks in Tanzania now. Every 2 weeks I'm here, every 2 weeks. In a month I spend 2 weeks here, 2 weeks in Uganda. One thing that I've observed is that our airlines are not as full as they should be. Sometimes you're in a plane and you're the only person. I came from Uganda last Friday with Air Tanzania. I was the only client, I was the only person in business class, you know, and it wasn't a few other guys in the plane. The reality is that it's a small plane compared to the population of 45 million Ugandans or 56 million Tanzanians. For Ugandans who are not aware, Tanzania has a population of 56 million Tanzanians in a country that is 4 times bigger than Uganda. I think Tanzania is almost 940,000 square kilometers. So it's actually a very big country. But there's a lot of wealth here, a lot of wealthy people in Tanzania that have no single idea about Uganda. So I think, for example, Uganda Airlines should have a way in which works with the tour operators. I've actually already, Air Tanzania has approached me to work with them in terms of doing packaging of Tanzanians coming to Uganda. I'm hoping that that deal is signed soon so that we can see many Tanzanians actually coming to see Uganda. And so many Tanzanians are actually coming for the Rwenzori Marathon, which I started in Uganda. We have quite a lot of people who have registered to come for the marathon. But the other thing that I see about, say, Air Tanzania and Uganda Airlines, they do not quite behave like they're an infrastructure. You see, an airline is not first a business. An airline is first an infrastructure. When you have you have a flight between the direct flight between Entebbe and say Dar es Salaam, you have actually created an imaginary road in the air, and that road is supposed to facilitate either trade of products or bring in the tourists. So that's number one. Number two, of course, then it becomes a business. Now, when you package it well and have, they call it bums on the seats in the plane, in the aviation world, you need to have enough bums on the seats for it to make sense. I think that the few flights we have should never come empty. And the packaging should be clear. Now, of course, Tanzania is a mature market. And being a mature market means that they have a way in which they look at domestic travelers during low seasons and be able to pump up the prices during a high season. Uganda, in the protected areas, is still very hard for us to, you know, I try to do it as a person who has invested in national parks as well. But generally speaking, people have not packaged it for East Africans, and just like Ugandans are. But there are areas in Uganda which generally have very cheap, affordable accommodations. If you go to Jinja, you go to places like Mbale, you go to Kampala, you can find good accommodations. So the airlines must know that they're actually facilitators of tourism as number one. Number two, they're facilitators of export of products. That's the only aim a country has a national carrier. If the plane does not bring, say, Tanzanian products to Uganda, and also does not bring Ugandans to spend money in Tanzania, then there's a problem with the airline. But that's something we can discuss.
Okay, thank you very much. And Isaiah, let me get back to you on the issue of the opportunities that are available as well, as we continue to enhance the partnerships between Tanzania and the partnerships between Uganda as well. What opportunities do you see there?
I think the biggest opportunity that I see today is Lake Victoria. Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, we share Lake Victoria. As I speak, I think Tanzania has, His Excellency was telling me the other day, they have completed the construction of the biggest marine vessel, MV Mwanza, Apakazi 2, which should start sailing very soon. It has the capacity to carry 1,200 passengers, over 4,000 tons of cargo. It has a nightclub, it has a clinic, it has areas for entertainment. I think we need more vessels. We need more vessels like this on Lake Victoria, because then it's easy to connect all the 3 countries. And the advantage is that along Lake Victoria, you find many of the attractions. Serengeti is very close to Lake Victoria. You have Burigi Chato, you have Berahare, you have Sanane Islands National Park, Rubondo. And then on the other side of Uganda, you have Port Bell, which is very close to Kampala. So it means people can easily travel, enjoy the life on the water, and then jump off at any of the ports. If you get off, if you don't want to get off in Port Bell, you can get off in Jinja. The source of the Nile is only 100 meters from Jinja Port. So today, I think the biggest opportunity is MV Mwanza, but we also need more vessels like that to make it easier, because when you go to Egypt, you find that from the Nile that originates from Uganda, they make about $5 billion from the Nile along the tourism value chain. If you go to Goma, the Kivu, the Congolese are having a lot of fun on the Kivu. You find 5-decker boats, you know, people having a lot of fun, non-stop, party after party, like we say in Uganda. So the water body that we have is a huge opportunity. If we can maximize it with Tanzania Tourism Board, with the Uganda Tourism Board, with the port authorities, we create inter-country itineraries, because also I think the itineraries we follow today are the traditional itineraries that were created way, way, way back. So we need to create new itineraries that will enable people to be able to discover newer destinations, less traveled destinations, and have a lot of fun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Lucy, let me come back to you. How do we enhance partnerships to explore more tourism opportunities between Uganda and Tanzania? How do we enhance partnerships between the 2 nations? Because like Amos says, like we have kept saying, we have a historical relationship. Ours is not just we are East African countries, but there is a much bigger bond.
Thank you. Being in the airline industry, we're like the backbone of tourism, because we're the ones who fly in people internationally into our local and regional destinations. I would say that what we need is, again, if we can interline with different airlines, they bring in, we continue. And also, as my colleague has also just spoken about the MV Mwanza, the boat cruises. So if I come in, I can still package something if we do work well with the tourist boats. I fly in somebody, someone else takes on the road, and the other one takes on the boat. Lake Victoria, as he said, covers all 3 East Africa. So we can also see at a package of what can people do. Maybe dine, and the next morning you're out on the same airlines. So we really still need to look at how we can work together with the tourist board, market ourselves out there, and by that we'll really enhance on tourism in Africa or regional.
Marketing
globally.
together, like we marketed together for Afghan.
Yes. Yeah. Because I'm sure they're very well out there on tourist boards.
All right, thank you very much. We'll be going for some questions coming through, but let me first get to Amos. Amos, earlier, the reason why I asked you about the packaging, because it is very important, like I said, it's the 5 senses that you're selling. So I am imagining, for example, I am coming in to a place like the source of the Nile. There is a story behind the source of the Nile. There are basically areas that you will visit, and it is the story. It's no longer existent. For example, Uganda is preparing to celebrate the Martyrs' Day. It's now the story of the Martyrs that continues to bring in more and more tourists. How do we enhance such potential in packaging that when I come to the source of the Nile, it is not just about that is the source of the Nile, this is where this happened, and it is done, and the rest of it is pick a few crafts and you go. How do I come and spend, and even outspend that I have to make a call, please refill my card so I can be able to buy much more? Because tourism is about expenditure. Yes, I am enjoying, but I am paying for that enjoyment.
Thank you. The thing is, I think as countries, we need to take tourism as an international product. so that when we package it from a very professional point of view. And we need to know that we are constantly in a competition with other countries that are so well positioned, that have trained enough people. I mean, a Tanzanian should not prefer to go to Dubai and be explained to how the sand works. And when they can actually come to Uganda and see the source of the Nile, eat the pineapples we're talking about, climb the Rwenzoris, you know, enjoy the weather that Uganda has. A Ugandan should not give a priority to going to Turkey, for example, as opposed to saying, I am going to Kilimanjaro, I'm going to climb Kilimanjaro, I'm going to do Serengeti, I'll be in Ngorongoro, I'll go to Lake Manyara, I'll go to Tarangire, I'll go to Raha. There are many places but that starts with education. And of course, there's something we all have to try and sort out. The two countries have to sort out. The reality is that, generally speaking, if a Tanzanian came to you, quite a lot of Tanzanians actually have, a lot of Tanzanians have a lot of money. I'm getting into the circles of the rich boys in town here. I'm getting to know them because they say when you hang out with 10 fools, you become an automatic 11th fool. So I want to become wealthy, so I have to hang out with wealthy people, you know. So I'm trying to, so that in future I become wealthy. So I'm actually getting into the circles. And I feel many of the guys that have so much money actually don't like or don't speak English. So if they came to Uganda, they would struggle being able to be interpreted in Swahili, you know. And then Ugandans, if you put $1,000 and said, now here, or $10,000 and said, we need you guys to make 5 sentences each in Swahili, many of the Ugandans will walk out from this room looking at the man and saying, pass. 99%. And look at them, all of them. They actually don't speak either good Swahili or they don't know Swahili. Now, if they came as tourists, they would struggle in Tanzania. Now, one thing that actually shocks me about Tanzania is that the Tanzanian may not be interested in speaking English, but they will speak nice Italian. They will speak German. I was just so impressed that these guys can speak Spanish, German, you know, they can speak Dutch, you know. But there's not as much interest in speaking English as they are with those other languages. So we need to make sure that either Ugandans learn Swahili, or if we learn Swahili, every Tanzanian speaks Swahili. And maybe I must also say that Tanzania makes me very envious. I wish we had like Luganda as a language that let me tell you, in Arusha, every Muzungu speaks Swahili. As long as you're going to stay there, you're forced to speak Swahili. I wish every foreigner that came to Uganda actually was forced to speak Luganda or something like that. It would be really, really, really nice. So the thing is, there's an opportunity, but this opportunity is to be achieved. We must learn how to package, but we must have the right people to be able to unveil or unpack that package. And there are human beings that do that. If you met me 25 years ago or 26 years ago when I was a tour guide, I would take probably half an hour just talking about a lion, about an elephant, about any primate mentioned. And the other thing is that it's not just about us having domestic tourists, but I think we can also interconnect. I tweeted about it recently. I said, so I find some American guy in Arusha, we start chatting, he introduces so many people, and I bring him to Uganda. He comes to Uganda for a discussion on something, different. Last week he signed a deal to get vanilla out of Uganda 60 tons a month to Italy. So a Ugandan has now signed a deal to supply 60 tons of vanilla every month to an Italian company, and he's the middleman. And then I go to sit at Grand Melia in Arusha and I meet a friend, and this lady says, I have 120 tourists that are coming to Tanzania, but they want to come to Uganda and do the gorillas before they do other trips. So packaging Uganda and Tanzania, it's not just packaging for Tanzanians and Ugandans, it's also packaging for an external market. And so I'm actually coming to talk to Uganda Airlines to see how, for example, we can have affordable packages between, you know, Entebbe and Uganda. And the other thing that I've said, if you go to Zanzibar, the number of charter companies that are actually dropping tourists from TUI, Condor Airline, the big boys. If, for example, Uganda Airline went and engaged the people, the ground handlers of companies, and said, we can do bush. And beach to bush can also happen in Tanzania, but we can have a special bush to beach where you come to see the primates. You know, the chimpanzees of this world, the mountain gorillas, and those guys are in big numbers. They arrive in big numbers. So we have to understand and read the situation and take advantage of it.
All right, thank you very much. Lucy, let me come back to you. What do you think are some of those changes that will affect in the positive the partnership of tourism between Uganda and Tanzania that you feel, yes, you talked about the interlinks, particularly between the different airlines, but also everything of such happens at the top, you know, at the government level. That is where it all starts. Because every time when a government starts up an airline, I remember that was the conversation with Uganda Airlines, where it had to take a lot of conversation for government to say, even if we use this as just an infrastructure, like Amos said, to sell the country and just be in the faces, it is enough. So what are those aspects that you think governments, the two governments, need to look at that will turn around aviation, Uganda Airlines coming through, but also the linkages between Tanzania and Uganda, and regionally?
Okay, thank you. What I want to say there is basically, again, I would go back to the interlines. If we can cooperate, we should not compete, but work together. You bring in, I take you where you can't fly, or maybe you can fly, or we both fly on the same day, but why? Because of the operational costs? Why not save? Let us come into some sort of agreements. And at the moment, actually, we're also looking at, my colleague was also talking about the international sectors. We're actually about to sign in some MOUs, which will allow people who come into Zanzibar or chartered flights to be able to get packages to go down to Entebbe and likewise. So I guess that is all I can say.
Okay, it is still, I love that you continue. I love that you continue to enhance the fact that it is not competition, it's collaboration.
It's not competition.
Yeah.
Yes, we should cooperate together.
Thank you very much. Isaiah, I come back to you on what do you think are how do we enhance partnerships? What are the changes that we need to do to see this intra-regional tourism put on a totally different pedestal?
I think traditional tourism runs on the 5 A's: access, attractions, activities, amenities, and awareness. So for us to successfully achieve partnerships, we have to look at access, the airlines, we have to look at the road networks, we have to look at the railways, because without access, it's very difficult for people to get to the attractions. And then also we have to look at the attractions, because the reason it's very easy for people, or traditionally it has been easy for people to go, for example, to Dubai, is that any day from Uganda or Tanzania or Kenya, anytime you want to go to Dubai, there is a flight available. So it's very easy for people to fly into Dubai, and when you get into Dubai, all the attractions are there. There's a multiplicity of attractions. But you find countries like Uganda, one of the complaints we get is that for people, they have to take 8 to 10 hours to move from Entebbe to Kisoro, where the gorillas are. Sometimes you find the airports are not very functional, so access becomes a problem. When you get to the areas by air, the roads are also a bit of a challenge. So we have to work with the governments or encourage them to ensure that access is worked on. Once access is worked on, then it's easy to get all the other people moving around. And that's for me, that's one of the key things when it comes to enhancing partnerships. And I see Tanzania is doing a lot. They are building the standard gauge railway. They are pushing it to Dodoma, Mwanza, and that should make it easier for people to travel because the railway is cheaper. So access is very important when it comes to partnerships, and that's why the Uganda Airlines are here. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the 5 A's: access, attractions, activities, amenities, awareness. Amos, as I come to you and we get back to the audience on the questions, I will still get to the attractions and activities. Because back in the day, we would say, you want to see gorillas? Come to Africa. You want to see the wild animals? Come to Africa. Come to Uganda, come to Tanzania. Now Dubai is telling you they're creating their own zoo in the desert, right? And they're going to create whatever it takes to have that zoo. And someone will be asking themselves, why do I have to go and see an elephant in Uganda when I can still meet it in Dubai, and I'm having everything else becoming easy? Where I'm driving the point is, what more? How do we expand our horizons? For example, in Uganda, you were just boasting about the food. Our culture, if you look at Tanzania, the culture of Uganda, diverse. In Uganda, the reason why we don't even have a national language is because everyone has their own language somewhere, and it's unique in its way. How do we get our Africanness and make it a product that we can actually be able to sell out?
I think I like what you just said. Thank you. I like what you have just said. That, yeah, Dubai is... I don't know how many of you guys have taken time to read about Dubai. I've taken time just to read about Dubai. Dubai's wealth in 1983 was being transported on donkeys. In fact, when they discovered oil, and when they discovered oil, they brought together 25 people. Like, for example, Uganda have discovered oil, Tanzania have discovered oil. But they brought together 25 people and said, you will want to create, at a very early stage, an oil-free Dubai. And actually one of the guys was a Ugandan working in the bank there from Arua. And they created 3 sectors: tourism, real estate, and finance. Now, when they created those 3 sectors, they did everything around infrastructure and everything to try and make sure that it does actually work. I can speak about that story of Dubai for a long time, but that's not the issue today. The thing is that they are showing us that they admire what we have. I remember last year I was flying from Agada. Agada is the 5th largest city in Morocco. And we're coming back from, we're going to Dubai. We had to pass through Casablanca, going to Dubai. And somewhere 3 hours to landing, the hostesses and air hostesses started jumping and celebrating. So I asked one of them, why are you guys jumping and celebrating? They said Dubai's weather has improved tonight. It's a hot place. It's a desert. It's a tough environment. But they have also understood how to actually market this and position the product. And that's one thing that, as Africans or East Africans, we must know that yes, what we have is something that the world will not reflect. Let me tell you, when you see an elephant in Tarangire, it will never be the same as seeing an elephant in the desert in Dubai. It's never going to be the same. The landscapes are different. And for those of you in the room, I was having a chat with the infrastructure boss of Aga Khan Group called Riaz on a flight out of Nairobi recently. And he says, Amos, as Aga Khan Group, we have done a study on which area we should concentrate on longer than all other areas. And he said, we have decided that tourism is a future because the desire to see an elephant in an African environment can only grow. The desire for people to see the Nile in this setting can only grow. So their future, as a group, through studies, tourism is an area where they're investing. In fact, when you see their dreams now, a lot of their dreams, going to Burundi, going to Angola, those countries, the first thing they're entering and going into is actually tourism because they have understood where the future is going to go. But the reality also is that, I mean, look at Tanzania. Tanzania, over about 50% of Tanzania is actually a protected area. It's protected environment. There are places in Tanzania where you can easily say human beings have not even been there. This country is so rich in terms of attraction. And Uganda, of course, we've reached everywhere, but the world must know, you know. It's like selling a car. If I have a car in the garage and I'm looking at selling it, the chances of me selling it and spark in the car are chances are very, very small. But if that car moves on the street and there is for sale sign, chances of it being bought are much higher. We must put our product, our countries, on the streets of New York, in the streets of London, the people where actually buyers are. And the reality is that there is going to be more money there. I don't know, you know, that it's the fastest growing industry in the world. This year, the world is going to earn $8.9 trillion from tourism. In the next 10 years, the world will earn $17 trillion from tourism. The highest amount of jobs in the world in the next 10 years will come from tourism. And because the more people get richer, the more they want to experience, they want to buy experiences. And the more you go to the richer people, because we're poor, we need the richer people to come to us. The other day I was telling some friends of in Uganda, I was saying, I was booking clients in one and only one in Rwanda. And we booked a room. The room was $26,000 a night. And that room is booked throughout the year. And those rooms are booked throughout the year. Anyway, we could talk about this until cows come home. But we need to do something about it.
Now, someone is thinking in their mind, $26,000 a night. What business can I do with that money? But anyway, that's a conversation for another day. But as you grow richer, like he said, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, self-actualization is right there at the top, and it's totally different. But if we are still at a basic need or we are at physiological needs, it's okay as well. It is life. Life is a journey right there. I want to take us into the question and answer session. Sebastian, if you could just help me. Do we have any questions? Yes, Ambassador right here, His Excellency is putting up his hand. As brief, precise, but ask your question or give any clarification that you would need. But the reality is, like Amos says, we need to put ourselves out there on the streets, let it be sold. Okay. No one is going to buy what they don't know that you have. We'll take about 3 questions.
Thank you. Mine is really a figure, and I'm glad to see the veterans in the room, Mr. Wekesa, Lucy, and the others. 904 billion US dollars is the global MICE market, the meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. And the challenge, the lacuna we have, is who do you call? Where is the one-stop for MICE? UIA there's a one-stop center. But if I'm WHO, I want to book 500 doctors in Uganda, who do I call to organize transport, visas, tours? There's really a gap there. I don't know in Tanzania, but I know in Uganda, we don't have a convention bureau. You have to call Uganda Tourist Board, but they don't have all the information. So I really want you to speak to this. Thank you.
Wow, very true. And many African countries that are positioning themselves. So many meetings going on, but who is organizing and how do they get organized? Okay, let's get to another question. Right, okay, all right.
What did you say?
Thank you.
Right in the middle there, yes. Please, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, the panelists. Chris Kaganda is my name from Uganda. You've talked about other areas we can tap into. Actually, I want to ask, have you assessed the factors that influence why Ugandans or why Tanzanians are able to travel to the so-called developed countries and they are not able to visit their own tourist attractions? I so happened to tell someone, you know, to go for gorilla tracking. just here in Windy. And he told me I grew up seeing monkeys. I grew seeing up monkeys. What do I have got to do to go in Windy to see monkeys that I've grown seeing? He couldn't even differentiate between the difference between a monkey and a gorilla. Two, I would have liked seeing some, like city authorities, heads of city authorities. You know, you realize that most Ugandans like to go to take pictures in this such texture, beautiful buildings, beautiful streets. But look at our cities. What are we doing for our cities? Okay? I think that will be also another area that will market us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Sebastian, over to you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
In 2020, the coronavirus ruined the whole tourism industry in TZ. I took a trip to Arusha, and all hotels were empty, no tour cars moving around. So how did the tourism industry prepare itself for these events to happen in the future, and how can you insure yourself from losses and damages?
Thank you very much. Amos will tell you how many bookings were cancelled during that time, and operating hotels and lodges, he knows what exactly it is. Yes, Sebastian said it's 3, and I want to respect that. I know there's so many questions, but these people are still here. So let me start with you, Amos, entirely on some of the questions that have come through.
I'll answer the question of why is it that people find it easy to, or they find it more attractive to travel to developed countries and much faster than they want to travel around their countries. Like we've mentioned, and I think like Amos has mentioned, we need to continuously have a behavior change campaign. I like to give this example. About 10 years ago, in Uganda, people were drinking whiskeys by the totes. You would go to a bar and everyone would be buying whiskey in a tot. And I remember, say about 6 years ago, the breweries started a campaign where they were encouraging people to buy whiskey and drink whiskey in bars by the bottle. Today, if you go to Kampala, you literally see no one buying whiskey in a tot. But there was an intentional effort. There were huge campaigns. Money was spent on advertising. Ambassadors were created. People were actually told to drink whiskey by the bottle. And everyone now is buying whiskey by the bottle. So I believe in a similar fashion, tourism needs to do the same thing because we not tourism is driven by curiosity, information, awareness. These need to be amped. More of it needs to be done. People need to be tour operators who do group experiences. They need to take people more around. But I also think that as Uganda and Tanzania and all these other countries in the region, we need to add value to our natural attractions. It's not enough to have the source of the Nile. It's not enough to have the Makshon Falls. It's not enough to have Zanzibar, the blue beaches we're talking about. Good hotels, good amenities. Also encourage people then to realize that, well, I can easily get this here in Uganda. I don't have to travel so far away. Also the fact that you find traditionally many of our destinations were originally designed to attract foreign international travelers. They did not anticipate a time would come when Ugandans and Tanzanians would make money and would have a middle class, and people would want to travel around. So you find still there are some challenges where the hotels are charging in dollars, even when they are trying to charge fellow Ugandans. So that some of those things tend to put people away. So we need to make the attractions, to make the hotels, to make everyone in the value chain, create products that are customized for Ugandans. Amos talks about food, but most hotels you go to, they want to serve you European foods, bacon, sandwiches. Yet we have very amazing food. And as Ugandans or Tanzanians, I'm sure when we travel, we want to eat our own food. So we need to recalibrate the industry and also understand that we have now a huge market of people with disposable income that we need to serve and create products, give them value to service the market. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Someone kept telling me you're rotating around the serving table, you're looking for matoke, mashed matoke. You will not find it. Amos, over to you.
Yeah, just to add on what my brother just said, I think the key thing for me is education. In fact, if there's anything I'm advocating for in Uganda now, is to make sure that Ugandans from primary school are taught and examined on the country called Uganda, such that a lot of the challenges we see today in Uganda is because a lot of Ugandans don't understand the gold that we have. They don't understand the value of the Nile, Lake Victoria, and I guess that could also be partly in Tanzania, though there's a lot of awareness in Tanzania. But we should not be examined about the prairies, and I've never examined you about the Nile. You see? That's
Tennessee Valley Authority.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, so to sort that, education must be the number one thing. Two questions. Ambassador, thank you for asking about maize. To be honest, I think Kenya and Rwanda have done a much better job in taking advantage of the maize. The maize is meetings, incentives, conferences, and events. These are big time. The number one is actually Cape Town is the biggest destination for maize on the continent. So right now, Rwanda is among the top 5 on the continent now. And a lot of people just think, oh, people have gone to Rwanda. Next year, they will be the first country in Africa to host World Cycling Championships. They are thinking about Formula One. It's not about the Formula One. It's not about the cycling. It's about how much money that comes with crowds. So there is an attempt by Uganda and Tanzania. Tanzania has had a natural opportunity in Arusha because lots of different people come to Arusha and spend money in Arusha, coming for different meetings. As I speak right now, they're building African court, you can see coming up. And I think all of us in the room must know that it's important for us to follow. Me, I failed in school. I was written off. But you know one thing I do? Every day I read. Every day I read. The reason why I bought a property in Arusha, big property, I mean, some quite a number of acres, is because I have read. I know where Arusha is going. I know where the new stadium for AFCON is going to be. I had to calculate how many kilometers I'm buying land from that stadium. I know that I'm putting up a bus park there. I know what they're doing with it. I know the government of Tanzania is planning on making Arusha the maize center for Tanzania. I know what that means, you know? So when I'm investing, I am not investing without knowledge, you know? And it is important for us to. But lastly, we are not going to sit back and expect people to have solutions for us. So we need educated people like yourself, Ambassador yourselves, to join this industry and be part of the participants in making sure that you, who has been exposed to knowledge on the value of maize, actually takes the front seat and also partakes of it. COVID. Ask me about COVID. In 2019, December, I remember my office guys telling me, Amos, 2020, the amount of bookings we have are massive. 2020 was going to be such a fantastic year for our business. I had calculated what I was going to do with the profits. And the first week of January, I started hearing about COVID. I think I got COVID from New York. I was in December 2019. I think I came back and I felt sick and I could not tell why I was sick. I think I had COVID. It's just that I could not tell whether it was COVID at that time. And I thought, okay, 2020, April, things start happening. I remember every week refunding $200,000. It was such a painful refund. Like, you know, people would just bring, this one has cancelled, that one has cancelled, this one has cancelled, that one has cancelled. But of course, having had a very disciplined background in the business, I still had enough money to pay staff for 9 months full salaries, and then I went down to 40% for the remaining part of the years because I didn't want to lose my key staff. At the end of the day, it's not easy to bring the staff together. But of course, that has taught me as a person the value of discipline. We all need to be disciplined as business people and know that there is no guarantee about tomorrow for anybody. And it's important for you to always think. There's no guarantee, even if you're not in tourism, there's no guarantee for life. So you try to make sure that you prepare for that day when things become, even if you're in politics, hey, someday you can wake up and you're no longer in politics. You also have to prepare for those days. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Lucy, you will have the last bit of this in case you want to respond to any of the questions or just give us your parting shots as well.
I believe my colleagues have already answered the questions, but just one more point to enhance on our tourism. I can say that Uganda Airlines has actually worked with UTB, and we've taken some of the travel agents from Tanzania to go down to Uganda to experience and feel, so that even when they come back, then they know what they're selling on the packages and what. There's an event in Uganda called Poate that is ongoing. Yeah, yes. So we have a team of Tanzanians from this side who we work with in the airline industry, and they have gone down for that. So I believe when you see, you feel, you touch, you understand what you're selling, then it becomes much easier when you're trying to sell. That is all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Isaiah. Do you have anything in Uganda? We say akatalekeka, like you just can't go without saying that. Do you have 30 seconds for that?
So I look at Ambassador Colonel retired Mwesije, and I know him along with President Museveni and many compatriots, and with the support of former President Nyerere, they worked so hard to liberate Uganda through Fronasach, Kosmarum. I believe we can also look at political tourism and also have the remembrance walks so that we cherish our history, we remember where we have come from, we continue to build, because I also think I was told, I don't know if it's true, the president, one of the reasons he insisted the pipeline go through Tanzania was because of that historical bond. He said these people shed their blood for us. Now is an opportunity for us to deepen our relationship, to work together. So we need to build on these emotional connections, to build our friendship, to build our relationships, know that we are brothers whose history is tied in blood, and we can do a lot of things together. Thank you.
That's an interesting one, political tourism. Amos, any 30 seconds for something that you'd like to weave the conversation? You? Oh, okay, no worries. Amos, you will speak for your 30 seconds, and His Excellency wants to just say something on the comment that Isaiah made.
I was just commending our ambassador, our High Commissioner. So it's general, right? General. I don't want to make a mistake. You've done a fantastic job bringing us together, and I'm just praying that as the years go by, the numbers grow, we get more Tanzanian business coming to these meetings and more Ugandans coming to these meetings in the future. But I must commend you, and I must also commend our former ambassador here, Bwana Kabonero, for starting this kind of interaction with Tanzanians. It helps me, it gives me confidence as a person who is investing in this country. I'm so proud of what you guys have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to you, Your Excellency, you had something to say.
Two things. First one, thank you. Now, I came in, I was waiting for interview somewhere. I missed people. I wanted to come, but I'm sorry. But I found you talking about maize, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, if Rwanda, for example, is excelling in maize, do we have to try to compete, or we do something else? Tanzania does something else so that we can complement each other. What about that one? I'm a very strong opinion that we shouldn't be competing to be excelling in conferences or what. We can excel in supplying the countries with food, for example, from Uganda. Tanzania can excel in supplying something so that we don't compete. So I want to think about that one.
Okay.
Secondly, I want to comment on what my friend Wanjira said. Now, liberation of any country has many phases. We did the armed struggle to liberate and bring peace. Now it is your turn to take the liberation to another level of building strong economic liberation. So you were in the struggle to liberate the country, East Africa. So please continue from where we stopped and liberate this country from poverty, liberate East Africa from poverty. So I agree with you that you were in the struggle to add to what we did, we built. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Amos, do you want to attempt to what he's saying?
I think, General, it was asked by the former High Commission to Uganda. That question was asked. But what I must say is that Africa in general gets less than about 5 or less % of the amount of money earned from tourism annually. Like I said, this year the world is going to earn $8.9 trillion from tourism. But Africa will get less than 5%. Now, this year, MICE alone will earn the world over $900 billion. The idea is, even Rwanda, whatever they're doing, they're just touching the surface. So it's not even a competition, to be honest. We have ability to, the reason why Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania are hosting AFRICON, that's actually part of MICE. We can cooperate, but we need to make sure that we also tap into the international opportunities that are available. We have the ability to do that, we don't need to compete because there's no competition there, General. We are simply going to take a bit of a bigger chunk from the Western world and bring it to all of Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think, yes, that clears. There is a lot. It is like saying you have 10 weddings and there are only 2 venues, right? There has to be another venue opening to accommodate the other weddings as well coming through. So ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate for me my panel, but please, Amos is preparing to run away. Sebastian, please take it up. We are done with here, but these gentlemen are still here, and lady, you can continue asking any question that you'd like to ask them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to all our panelists. And of course, another round of applause to our moderator. Thank you very much. That was very well tailored. So please join me in welcoming His Excellency Major General Paul Kisesa Simuli, so he can award panelists their accolades before we head on to the last panel of the conference. A round of applause to Major General, please, His Excellency, as he comes to the stage. Well done. A round of applause, a round of applause. Yes. Mildred told us earlier that we are going to have a cocktail session later. And what samples about drinking from the bottle, the whiskey here, people were taking it seriously. Okay, can you have the last one? You reduced the concentration a little bit there, or maybe attracted it more. So, together? Together? Wonderful. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to our panelists as they leave the stage, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I believe that was very, very productive. Without wasting any more time, may I call upon the next panel, and I would just call the moderator, Mr. Anthony Chamanga, the Chief Manager of Tanzania Horticulture Association, who will be moderating the session on commercial agriculture a sustainable approach. A round of applause to Mr. Anthony, please, as he makes it to the stage. A bigger round of applause. Are we tired? A bigger round of applause to Mr. Anthony, please. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Habari za mchana. Yeah, thank you very much. I thank you, main moderator, and I thank the Embassy of Uganda for giving me the opportunity to run this very important session. We are now actually going to Uganda and Tanzania economies, backbones. This session, again, is about commercialization of agriculture, and some of the sustainability aspects of agricultural sector will be widely discussed. Again, my name is Anthony Chamanga. I'm Chief Development Manager for TAHA. TAHA is Tanzania Horticultural Association. We are working to promote and develop Tanzania horticulture. Based in Arusha, but our wings are spread out in the entire country. So with me is a collection of intelligent minds in the agriculture as well as Tanzania. And let me take this opportunity to ask the panelists to come forward, starting with Moses Sabiti, who is Vice Chairman for Presidential Advisory Committee on Experts in Industrial Development of Uganda, PASAID. Please, a round of applause for Moses. And Oscar Kisanga, Mr. Oscar Kisanga, Executive Director for TCCIA, Tanzania Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. Please, Mr. Kisanga is sitting in place for Vincent Minja, who is the president of TCCIA. Tula Mloge, partnership manager for SAGOT. SAGOT is Southern Agricultural Growth Corridor of Tanzania, also working on investment and trade issues in the corridor. James Kanyiji from KK Foods Limited of Uganda, Managing Director. Actually, KK Food is one of the leading exporters of agricultural products from the East African horizon. So James is also here to share his experiences in the ag sector. We'll also have Moses Kasigwa, Assistant Commissioner, Minister for Agriculture, Uganda. Will be one of the first contributors. Apparently we don't have a chair for him. As if you can bring in for Moses. Thank you very much, my panelists, for getting time and participating in this important session. Please, can we have extra chair for Moses, one of the panelists? We would like to get experiences from the government and how they are facilitating private sector in trade and investment arena. So, but let us go straight and start our session. Again, commercialization of agriculture is a key aspect when it comes to transformation of the different value chains in the agricultural sector. And actually, both our countries possess tremendous opportunities in production, in trade, and the other aspects of the value chains. And when you look at agricultural sectors for both Uganda and Tanzania, there are a lot of similarities. Similarities in terms of which crops that we are engaged in, which livestock products we are engaged in, and the other agricultural products. And when you look at the numbers as well, contributions of the sectors to the economies, to GDP, export earnings, etc., and production levels. And you see a lot of similarities, but also you find a lot of opportunities in these sectors. But productivity and commercialization are among the critical issues that our countries have really need to embark on. I was looking at the numbers in livestock, for instance. Tanzania and Uganda have a combined population of over 250 million livestock, cattle, sheep, chicken, etc. But you know, when you mention this number to, for instance, to a Dutchman would say, okay, so what? Okay, you have 250 million cattle, but we have only 3.8 million. Now, productivity is really key. Now, my first question, and this goes to all panelists, and starting with Moses, is about food security and agricultural productivity, and especially how can commercial agriculture contribute to productivity of agricultural sectors in Uganda and Tanzania. And as you make your contributions, we'll also appreciate to hear some of the unique interventions that your organization is implementing towards improving productivity of the agricultural sector. Moses, Karibu.
Thank you, sir, for the question on food security. I may not have another opportunity to thank the High Commission of Uganda to Tanzania and your whole team for putting up this together. Thank you so much. And your counterpart, and apparently all of you, both of you are from the military, not signify that trade by all standards is about war, because you are in the most stable countries in the region. Hongereni sana. Thank you. About the question on food security, I'm not an agriculturist. Rather, I'm not, by profession, but I do farming. I do farm avocados particularly. That's why I'm happy that you are chairing the team from Tanzania Horticulture Association. Food security is critically important for the survival of mankind, first of all. And agriculture has a lot of potential for growth and development and getting our population out of poverty. 80% of the land in Uganda is arable, and we are using maybe about 35%. And I must tell you that we don't use a lot of fertilizers, nor do we need a lot of rainfall. And therefore, it presents a very big potential. But let me first talk about something that we took for granted as having food. As Uganda and Tanzania and the whole region. You remember when we had the COVID effects that the tourism sector has been talking about, the shocks were not very heavy on our population because we had food for stability and continuity of the population. Other effects, ripple effects are coming through, but countries were stable. So that's how important agriculture is. And we thought all along that we have food. Indeed we have, but we didn't know the value until we went into these lockdowns. Secondly, agriculture, particularly before we talk about commercial farming, we are talking about basic farming, where about 35%, 80% of the population is involved, not commercial per se, but it is an incubator for commercial farming and growth, because you ensure there is stability of food security, but also grow food as you learn how to improve the value and have the surplus for export. commercial agriculture is still very limited. But I will tell you, and I will give you an example of coffee in Uganda, where I would really invite most Tanzanians to invest. Uganda's exports of coffee account for about 5% of global coffee exports. But who knows this? It's a change we are trying to make. Now, this contributes about $862 million per annum. Much of it is done by small households. So it would be a big leap for Uganda, for example, to get engaged into commercial agriculture and add value and be able to take a big leap in terms of economic development and empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kisanga, Chief Executive Director for TCCIA, please, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much for this business forum for Uganda and Tanzania. I much appreciate the ambassador for arranging this a very good platform, which basically we need to exchange ideas and all business connection within these two countries and Africa in general. Before I respect to your questions, I need to give an overview about Tanzania Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. Actually, TCIA is a private sector organization that are dealing to strengthening the business environment in Tanzania and outside of Tanzania. We are operating in 26 regional, countrywide, but again we have branches in all 120 districts in our country. The aim of TCIA basically is to enhance the strengths and provide conducive environment for business in Tanzania. Coming to the commercialized agricultural, yes, this is a very good issue which TCIA in Tanzania, collaborative with for Tanzanian government, by making sure our members between Tanzania and Uganda are working together. For instance, on value-added integration chain, which basically we need to make sure agribusiness from the product processing up to the end waiting. For example, here in Tanzania, we have Tanzania Horticultural Agriculture, who provide the capacity building for the trainings and workshop for the small, medium enterprise so that can be able to make agri-processing and acquire knowledge for the transfer of technology. But again, for the commercial, we need to access the market size. You know, within Uganda and Tanzania, we have an opportunities, both we have fertile soils, water, and resources. So in agriculture, we need to have a technology transfer, which at the end of the day, by sharing these two countries, I'm sure we can have a market size for our domestic and international market for our goods. So for the commercial point of view, I think using this platform, it is much better to interchange the connectivities between two countries, Uganda and Tanzania, so that will be in the place of making sure we upgrade our agricultural commodities and looking for the international market in respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kisanga. TCCIA are actually doing a tremendous job. And at some point during these discussions, I would like also to hear from you about TCCIA role in trade facilitation. I know when it comes to rules of origin, for instance, TCCIA is doing a lot of work, especially connecting private sector and the government. So Tula, Partnership Manager for the SAGOT, Karibu.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and thank you, His Excellencies, for organizing this forum and inviting us to present and share the experience. As my brother has said, I work with SAGCOT Center. SAGCOT is Southern Agricultural Growth Corridor of Tanzania, and SAGCOT is the initiative, is a government of Tanzania initiative with its partners, and it is a public-private partnership initiative whereby we have a mandate, first of all, to make sure that we work with partners to increase food security in Tanzania, and that is both productivity, but also quality of food, that is nutrition and food safety, but also to make sure that investments in agriculture are sustainable, looking at environmental sustainability and good use of resources. And the most important thing, which I think is part of this discussion, is to make sure that farmers are inclusive, women, men, youth. So gender is very critical, and transformation of farmers' lives is very critical in what we are doing. So going back to your question, how can we commercialize agriculture and contribute in improving food security? The underlying issue is increased yield, increased productivity. That is what will make farmers to be commercialized, and that's how we'll commercialize agriculture, because now people will produce, or farmers will produce more than what they need, and when they produce more than what they need, what is remaining will go to the market, and that is the starting of the trade. For example, I can see here that Uganda and Tanzania, specifically Uganda, they are our brothers and sisters, and they like to eat rice from Tanzania. So far, what I read, last year alone, we managed to export to Uganda $180 million of rice to Uganda, but also corn, ugali. I think you've had ugali today afternoon, about 12.7 million corn to Uganda. And we have been seeing that there is an increase of export from Tanzania to Uganda in terms of trade for about 12.8% from 1995 to 2022. So this shows that slow but sure we are our farmers are producing more and more, and the demand is there. So as I said, that increased yield is something which will bring us to commercialize agriculture. You commercialize agriculture by using improved technologies. What are the improved technologies? The use of improved seeds, proper fertilizer, crop nutrition, and so on and so forth. But here again, the underlying issue is soil testing and analysis. You need to know what your soil needs. For the experience we have, what we have done in several value chain in the SAGCOT region, for example, we have managed to work with farmers to increase productivity of potato, Irish potato, from 5 tons per acre, which is equivalent to 12.5 tons per hectare, to 20 to 30 tons per acre, which is about 50 to 75 tons per hectare. And the global productivity as we speak, using all technology and everything, is around 50 tons per hectare. So our Tanzanian farmers have managed to even surpass the global levels. For avocado, for example, it is also critical that more and more smallholder farmers increase productivity, because they work in a very small area and they have time to make sure that they concentrate on taking care of their plants. We have managed, for example, in Njombe, the average of a avocado tree, back then farmers used to get 30 kilograms per tree. per season. But now some of the farmers, they get up to 20 kilograms to 300 kilograms. And that goes back again to plant nutrition, simply because most of the farmers, they know the status of their soils. But when I go back to rice, we have managed to work with farmers and increase their productivity from 5 tons, and now they're in the average of 10 tons. And we expect in the next 3 years, they will get up to 15 tons. And the wet productivity level is up to 24 tons. So we are still far away to get there. But as I said before, improved technology are critical, and also we need skills and so on and so forth to exchange skills between our countries, but also from outside our region.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tula, for sharing those very important insights. Now, let us go to private sector. James, please, your turn.
Thank you very much. I must say thank you to the Foreign Affairs of Uganda and the embassy here. First, before I say something, of looking for us, the people on the ground. Firstly, I am happy that people are talking about food security. And I'm happy to hear that people are talking about rice from Tanzania to Uganda. I also must call for the people from Tanzania to start taking our matoke. Because when I was sitting on the dining, I didn't see matoke. Matoke is our staple food, and we have it in plenty. So I'm going to put that channel. But let me go back to the real point. In Uganda, deep in Uganda, KK Foods works with the smallholder farmers. 1 acre, 2 acres, mainly to 5 acres, to make sure they produce food for themselves and food for export. And we have been able to extend and reach up to 50,000 farmers across Uganda. We are currently working in 45 districts of Uganda. Before COVID came, I attempted to get some farmers in Tanzania. I drove from Kampala to Arusha and to Serengeti, where I had my contacts. We started talking. I left seeds in this country. I have been at least hearing people talk to me from Dar es Salaam here who have my product, hot pepper. Maybe if they are around or they are in this country, they can take me tomorrow and they show me the papers so that we have the market for it. In Uganda, our land, anything is slowed down, comes up. We have been able to attract big market across Europe, across Middle East for our products. And in doing that, we have, our people have been secured in terms of food for their own consumption. They produce more even for the market. So for us as brothers and sisters, we need to be now deep in production of what we can eat here and what we can also eat in Uganda, so that we interconnect in terms of our natural heritage. Because I saw banana when I crossed Tanzania, and someone was talking to me here. I asked when I said, where is the bananas? And he laughed. But I need to be now, if it is tourism, let's bring it here, because our matoke are the best in the world. Are gluten-free and can be consumed any way you want, fried, mashed, boiled, in whatever form. So we need to teach the other. Now rice is coming from here for our people in Uganda. Now we need to bring matoke here. I have not even seen any sweet potato on any meal we have taken. So I have been observing, because for me I deal in food. My tourism is in food. When you go to Europe, I am Mr. Pepper, because is what we can produce properly in Uganda. So how do we really keep our people not hungry? Is by I may say, with what we do in Uganda, we make sure it is consumed in Tanzania and in Uganda. What you do here, it should be consumed in Uganda and here, so that our people, we just have to chase hunger in Uganda. In Uganda, only one region still has a problem, Karamoja. But any other places, there is enough food. And that food, we can also export here. If I was in London today, I would be eating matoke. Every meal I will get matoke, but I did not find it here. So we need to, this is how. Let's talk about matoke and rice. Let's not talk about rice alone, because we are the same people. I thank you.
Moses, as James, you get prepared as we come first in the next round. So Moses, please.
Thank you, moderator. I think first and foremost, I want to take the opportunity to appreciate the foreign affairs ministries of both governments of Uganda and Tanzania for arranging such a forum where several ideas can be exchanged and opportunities shared. And of course, we narrow the gap as we embrace the East African community as one family. I am Moses Kasigwa. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in Kampala. And the ministry is mandated to promote policy, programs and strategies for advancing the agricultural sector in Uganda. The issue of productivity and how it relates to commercialization, I wish to break it down into a simple language where we are looking at how can we have more production, more volume from the same piece of land. Because Uganda as a country, we are not expanding, but our population is growing. Tanzania, yes, you can say you have an opportunity to expand into the sea, but the cost of expanding land into the sea, you'd rather first utilize the land we have, such a very big and beautiful country, such that we improve the production of the available capacity of land. So we are looking to commercialize agriculture to benefit the public in three major aspects, where we are looking at food security. This is the amount of food available for the country to consume, but also nutritional security. We cannot talk about producing more volumes of a particular commodity, more volumes of horticulture, more volumes of rice, when the nutritious aspect is not well catered for. Eventually, we shall miss the point. Then finally, the third angle is making sure that productivity is related to generating income. We are past the days of growing for consumption. We want to grow for income, such that we contribute to our household livelihood. We contribute to eradicating poverty through agriculture interventions. So food security and commercialization must be looked at a lens that considers those three aspects. We are looking to ensure we intensify agriculture through use of improved varieties, through use of technology. A lot of mechanization is happening, irrigation, agro-processing innovations. So all these work together to contribute to the food security as we commercialize agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Moses. Well, I have this challenge. I'm actually standing in between this session and having guest of honor coming in. And but I'll try as much as possible to be brief. So now let us tune to market access agenda. And this, I will pose a question to James. Africa, of course, Uganda and Tanzania inclusive, we have been facing severe challenges relating to global shocks. COVID-19, Ukraine-Russia war, financial turmoil, and we are having now Middle East crisis, and we are experiencing logistics and related challenges due to Red Sea security issues. I was sharing with my colleagues here about the challenge that we have now in the fresh sector, that it now takes, the number of days to get your container to Europe is more than doubled before the Red Sea crisis. Now, James, this actually calls for an urgent need for our countries to look into market opportunities within ourselves, within the arrangement that we have, like SADC, African Continental Free Trade Area, EAC, COMESA, etc. Now, from private sector point of view, what do you feel that should be done in order for us, for our countries to tap into existing market opportunities within our countries, but also outside our countries, but within Africa? So sorry, James, please, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Of course, with the COVID-19 message, I think it was a message from where we didn't know. With the Russian war, Africans, we must wake up and do the following. We must, number one, we must work on infrastructure to connect our countries to each other for a better trade. Because if we don't do our road networks, COMESA, SADC, all these are big markets, but we do not have connection to ourselves. Number two, railway network is almost not there. We must, even if you come to Uganda, even inland railway is not there. And that one is limiting our market access. This is what we should do so that we can take our products to our brothers who don't have it. Number three, we must trade within ourselves. Africa must wake up and start trading in ourselves. For example, East Africa alone, our population is now 600 plus million people. And that is enough for our products. We can distribute products, we can sell into ourselves, and be dependent on ourselves. Number four, it is almost impossible for Africa to connect with Africa by air. Some countries in West Africa, for example, from East Africa to West Africa is a nightmare. How do we deliver produce in those markets? And the markets are there. You go to Senegal, you find they are consuming onions from France, because they can take it through the port. So we need to see how we can connect, Africa by air can connect to Africa. Number five, we must, the bilateral trade, for example, we have issues. They are complicated. We are actually, Africa, for example, we're going to South Africa. Getting a visa takes you a long time. Africa is not traveling within Africa because you have to sign this, sign that. We must allow free movement of people. Lastly, the free movement of people must be number one on our agenda so that we can trade within ourselves. And we also must seize the opportunity within our neighboring, like Middle East, Asia, because Europe and America is almost getting impossible to trade with them. In the future, things are going to be worse because of now they are trying to put the more standards that Africans or Ugandans or Tanzanians cannot manage. So those are the factors that we must work on to achieve.
Thank you. Thank you very much, James. Now, Mr. Kabiti, tell us about leveraging strengths. How can we leverage the strengths that we have in fostering commercialization of agriculture. And please be very brief. Actually, I've just seen Guest of Honor was trying to call me. He said, you are the one who delayed me coming to the podium. So please.
Can I stand? I ate a lot of posho, ugali, so it is working on me. Quickly, chair of the session, leveraging the strength between Uganda and Tanzania. One, Tanzania has a very big advantage of accessing this great sea you are seeing, the port of Mombasa. One would wonder how much of the Ugandan cargo goes through this port. I think we need to work on that. And for Uganda, Your Excellency, the High Commissioner, and the team in Uganda, join us cause to have the infrastructure on Lake Victoria, particularly to receive cargo from Mwanza as a priority for Uganda. Because Tanzania, they've done a good rail, but there is no counterpart infrastructure. It is not good enough to receive a lot of cargo. Dr. KK and other coffee exporters would like to see reduced cost of doing business, reduced cost of exporting via the mighty Lake Victoria using the rail up to Mombasa. Number two, we need to collaborate with Tanzania to meet export quotas. You've heard about China giving countries quota-free export, everything except arms. Tanzania has already moved ahead actually to take advantage of that. So if you have a quota-free already working with China, why doesn't Tanzania Airways fly via Entebbe, pick cargo, come here, consolidate, and there you go, as long as you give Ugandans a fair price. ECOP, Engineer John and team, you did a very excellent presentation. I will cover what you didn't cover. Oil and gas in Uganda, this pipeline that is going up to Tanga, presents a huge opportunity in agriculture, development, value addition, and exports. I've just received data. Once the the oil valley is completed, we shall have 5 camps, each with 3,000 people. Total 15,000 people. These people will be eating eggs, eating avocados, and all that. If we don't invest in agriculture as East Africans, as Uganda and Tanzania, it means the food that will be eaten in this area and under oil and gas will come from South Africa, because we shall have no capacity to have good standards. We have a colleague from Uganda Investment Authority. We have wonderful investment incentives under the free zones, tax incentives. At the airport, we have 2 ready air warehouses where you can actually export from, shipbuilding. So as we invest on Lake Victoria also in ships, we can have them done in Uganda. I work for the Presidential Advisory on Exports and Industrial Development. You will see my chairman, Audric, he's not able to come. I'm the vice chairman. But what we are doing as interventions is to make sure that actually any investor, be it Ugandan, KK, or a Tanzanian in Uganda, is able to actually benefit. For example, market access. We've established a presence in major markets. I'll give you an example for coffee in North America, where we've taken a Ugandan to roast coffee and distribute it to the coffee shops. This is not just his coffee, for all Ugandan coffees. Do you know the Chagulanyis of Uganda, the big exporters on the world market, they are getting $2.53 for coffee beans, and Hero Coffee in Aurora in Chicago is getting $20 for roasted coffee. So,
Mr. Sabiti,
come and invest, and we are able to do it with you. Finally, ya mwisho kabisa, Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, African Continental Free Trade Area, we have an element called the Global Trade Initiative, where Africa, Tanzania signed on, hongereni sana. Uganda, can we put hands together to make sure that actually Uganda signs on, then we are able to trade together under African Continental Free Trade Area. Nakushukuru sana, nafikiri mitaani yako nimeijibu vizuri.
Asante sana Mr. Sabiti. Yeah, collaboration between our countries is key. Mr. Oscar Kisanga, it's your turn now, and tell us about value addition activities as we conclude. Yeah.
Thank you for this again opportunity. Before that, let me clarify about the certificate of origin. As you know, Tanzania Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture have mandate of issuing the certificate of origin, this is very important document that you can be using on exporting goods and services. For instance, according to the data that we have recently, from 21 up to 2024, we have been issued the certificate of origin over 20,000 to Uganda. So I think this is a very good starting point, and we need to use this zero tariff policies so that we can make the collaboration of these two countries in terms of exporting goods and services. So we have borders centers for these issues of certificates, but also we have collaborating with outsourced agencies to fast track to issue this certificate of origin. In terms of value added, we think we need to adapt the technology, which basically at the end of the day, we can produce the quality products so that we can meet the standard of international market for both Tanzania and Uganda. So I can say we need to add value for our product like coffee, sisal, tea, and other vegetables issues, commodities. So at the end of the day, we have a quality that we can enjoy in international market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kisanga. At this point, let me ask participants. I'll give opportunity to two participants to ask questions or comment on the presentations. So we have read about commercialization of agriculture in Uganda and Tanzania, productivity and the related issues, value addition, market access, and the need, I can say urgent need for our countries to collaborate to tap the opportunities that exist, but also to address the challenges. So please, you're welcome. Let me see a hand. Hapo nyuma. Yes. Karibu kaka.
Can you hear me?
So keep it brief.
Yes, I'll
20 seconds.
I'll keep very brief. I know today is a climax of this event, but I'm not sure if our counterparts from Uganda have ever been able to visit East African market led by Chinese in somewhere in Ubungo. Now my question comes to this particular market. I know the Chinese have built a very huge market for East Africa. I think probably it will be the #1 in Eastern Africa and Central. How the size of it, and I think that should be expected to be in the market. So I would recommend our Ugandan investors or private sector to take a boots or to take a spot there in that particular market, because most of the products in the entire East African region will be sold and be marketed in that particular area. I'm not sure any Tanzania government official can explain this, but I'm inviting my Uganda's private sector to visit that market before you leave to Uganda, so you can take a look how huge the market is, the potential, the location strategically located whereby you can reach the market easily. And Chinese are the ones who would manage that market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe Minister of Industry and Trade is here, and also we have Tanzania Investment Center. It's just a matter of packaging information and sharing with Ugandan Embassy so that our Ugandan counterparts can also have knowledge on that platform. So another question, last one. If there is no question, let me take this opportunity to thank my fellow speakers for very good contributions in this panel. Very much, you have been immense. It's very unfortunate that we didn't have enough time. I also thank Your Excellency, thank you for giving us opportunity and making agriculture as part or is a key topic in this forum. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause to the panelists and to me. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Very nice. Can we have another round of applause to the panelists, please, as well as our moderator? And I would like to welcome to the stage again His Excellence Major General Paul Kisesa Simuli, the High Commissioner of Tanzania to Uganda, to award the accolades to our speakers of the last discussion. Can we have a round of applause to His Excellency, please, as he makes it to the stage? We are thankful for that. I hope it was very, very, very productive. I believe it was very productive because this is the backbone of both our countries. So the same way we did it. Can you turn a little bit, sir? All right, and one together. Thank you. One together, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can we say, okay, another round of applause as they make it outside? Yes, thank you very much. Our panelists, can we make it? Thank you. All right, so before we proceed to the next one, we have talked about the technological advancements that are done between Tanzania and Uganda. Let's please pay attention to this next video here about Radi Fiber. This was when the Uganda embassy visited Radi Fiber, which is one of the most important manufacturing companies in between the two countries. Let's watch the video and then we'll have 1 minute of the explanation. Welcome, sir, for the video.
Transfer technology. Kwa hiyo tunaamini kabisa kwamba tutaweza kupeleka teknolojia yetu Uganda na watu wa Uganda wakafaidika na mkongo huu wa mawasiliano ambao unazalishwa hapa Tanzania.
Yeah, here as the Uganda Investment Authority, in addition to attract this company to come and invest in Uganda, and we have seen the high technology that is here, the high quality products that we are producing, the fiber optic solution, which we really also need back home, because definitely we have seen where they can be applied for security purposes in the pipeline, oil pipeline that is going to be constructed from Hoima up to Tanga. And it has already been tested. We have seen how we have helped the government of Tanzania from Mtwara to Dar es Salaam. So this is a testimony that actually in the region we have such a high quality factory that can produce such high innovative products.
While it's proceeding, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Nabil Hermina, the head of global sales and marketing from Radi Fiber, to explain to us a little bit, just 1 minute explanation about Radi Fiber before we proceed with the next order of events. Welcome, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Nabil Hermina, the head of global sales in Radi Fiber. Only for 1 minute, I come to complete to explain the presentation in the morning about the pipeline. This, as you see here, is this Tanzanian factory in Dar es Salaam for every kind of fiber cable. I want to highlight some point about the pipeline. The relation between the pipeline and the fiber cable is like twins. We put the cable, we also install the cable inside the... We installed the fiber cable above the pipeline, all the road. And Radi Fiber, he did it, and he have experience in Sudan with the pipeline, and for like we call it pilot cable. It's very important cable to save the fiber, to save the pipeline. If you have any accident of any damage, he give alarm to all the people in the country. And also, he in and out with any pumping plan, something. I don't want to go details more, but it's very important with the pipeline. There's the pilot cable. And the last things, we also to thank you, the Excellency Freddy, the Ambassador of Uganda. We have also good connection with him, and very soon Radi Fiber will be in Uganda for FTTX and for many projects and supply cable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Radi Fiber. So now we are going to have a very short break, a 5 minutes break. But before we have the break, I would just like to remind that the front seats are for the VIPs and the speakers. Participants, when we come back, will sit where we were sitting yesterday or as we are sitting right now. So if there are any participants sitting on the VIP area, please let's make sure when we come back from the break, you're sitting on the white chairs so we can have enough room for the VIPs. That's the first one. The second one, we are going to have the closing ceremony immediately after coming back. We are breaking for only 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, we need everybody to catch the break outside, because we are preparing for the closing ceremony. So can we have everybody please move outside? We have coffee, we have snacks there waiting for us. So can we move all of us outside for preparation of the closing ceremony? please. Can everyone please move outside? We are going to have a 5 minutes break, and then we will invite everybody in again. The anthems, the 3 anthems before we proceed. Can anyone give me a heads up when they get here? Can we all stand up, please, so that we can welcome the guest of honor? And when he gets to the door, may we be clapping our hands until all right, he's receiving a briefing. Number tafadhali tuketi. Maybe all sit, please. False alarm. False alarm. But meanwhile, I would like to give you an announcement. After here, we will have a cocktail session, as it was told. Some, time to catch up, some time to network. It will be a very informal event. So the people that would wish to go to the cocktail, they can get, I think we have some coupons here. After they're getting out, you will get the coupons there, and we'll have the session upstairs. But for now, let's get ready for the opening ceremony. I mean the closing ceremony.
Now let's get ready for the national anthems of Tanzania and Uganda and the East Africa Community Anthem. Thank you very much. Can we sit, please? The guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko, Deputy Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable John Mulimba, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in charge of Regional Affairs, Uganda. Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Uganda. His Excellency Retired Colonel Fred Mwesige, High Commissioner of Uganda to Tanzania. His Excellency Major General Paul Kisesa Simuli, High Commissioner of Tanzania to Uganda. Madam Nora Bigirwa Nyendwoha, Member of Parliament and Chairperson Foreign Affairs Committee, Uganda. Heads of government institutions and agency, Tanzania and Uganda. Heads of private sector foundations, Uganda and Tanzania. Exhibitors and traders, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, please welcome to this closing ceremony of the Uganda-Tanzania Business Forum for 2024, the second phase of this prestigious conference. We have had 2 days of very productive discussions here. So without further ado, I would like to first of all, before we proceed with anything, welcome Madam Sarah Kajingo, the Vice President of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, because we have the Dar es Salaam Declaration for the second edition Uganda-Tanzania Business Forum. Can we all clap our hands for Madam Sarah Kajingo, the Vice President of PSFU, to come and give us the declaration. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jina langu ni Sarah Kajingo, Vice Chair of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. Mheshimiwa Doto Mashaka Biteko, Naibu Waziri Mkuu na Waziri wa Nishati Tanzania. Waheshimiwa mawaziri na wafanyabiashara, ladies and gentlemen. Mheshimiwa, naomba niendelee na hotuba langu kwa sababu itifaki imezingatiwa. Asanteni sana. I've requested the Right Honorable Prime Minister to allow me stand on the protocol already cited and go straight to the declaration after a productive 2 days. Thank you, Right Honorable. Dated the 24th of May, 2024, here in Dar es Salaam, the declaration of the second edition of Uganda-Tanzania Business Forum. Following the successful hosting of the first edition of the Uganda-Tanzania Business Forum in Kampala in 2019, and cognizant of the need to continue strengthening the business linkages and bilateral relations between Uganda and Tanzania, the second edition of Uganda-Tanzania Business Forum was convened here in Dar es Salaam from the 23rd to the 24th, May 24, 2024. The participants applauded the Uganda High Commission in Dar es Salaam and the Tanzania High Commission in Kampala for spearheading the convening of the second edition of the Business Forum and all participants in making this Business Forum a success. The Right Honorable Kassim Majaliwa, Mheshimiwa Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania, was the guest of honor at the Business Forum. He stressed the need for the two countries to continue working on avenues that ensure free movement of goods and services between our two countries and the region at large. The Business Forum was attended by Honorable January Makamba, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Community of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable John Mulimba, Minister for Regional Cooperation of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Monica Msenero, Minister of Science and Technology of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Nora Bijirwa Nyendoha, Member of Parliament and Chairperson Foreign Affairs Committee, and Honorable Fred Opolot, Member of Parliament and Deputy Chairperson Foreign Affairs Committee. The forum was also attended by the High Commissioners of Uganda and Tanzania, senior government officials, myself, the Vice Chair of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, the Chair of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, captains of industry, and business executives. The ministers and private sector bodies expressed gratitude towards the support from His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan for fostering strong bonds of bilateral relations anchored on historical ties, blood relations, fundamentals of Pan-Africanism, and regional integration for the benefit of the people and growth of economies of our two countries and the region at large. They recalled the cordial ties between Uganda and Tanzania and expressed commitment and enthusiasm of both countries to jointly address the challenges of doing business in our respective countries. The ministers directed government officials to undertake realistic and practical measures to facilitate trade and investment in our both countries for sustained growth and development of both economies. The ministers emphasized the commitment of the respective countries in resolving all challenges affecting the ease of doing business in Uganda and Tanzania, and committed to the following. Number one, work within the respective institutions and bilateral frameworks to remove all barriers to trade and fast-track the operationalization and implementation of the East African Community Common Market and Customs Union protocols to achieve quota-free trade. Promote Buy East Africa and Build East Africa within the EAC Common Market protocols in order to widen the market base and remove inefficiencies across borders. Ensure competitiveness and collaboration in respect to comparative advantage in order to eliminate non-tariff barriers. Enhance value addition in commercial agriculture, manufacturing, energy, and processing of minerals. Strengthen trade and business linkages for favorable balance of trade between our two countries. Continue engagements in various frameworks, such as business forums, with a view of resolving and eliminating trade barriers, identifying business opportunities, addressing challenges to trade and investment, as well as undertaking joint ventures and collaborations. Tanzania Investment Center and Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, in partnership with Private Sector Foundation Uganda, will conduct a trade and business mission of investors from Tanzania to Uganda before the end of this year. Take steps to wholesomely involve the private sector in trade policy preparations and policy coordination between our two countries for appropriate policy formulation in our two countries. Ensure an inclusive agenda that provides for youth, women, and special interest groups. Tanzania will consider the procurement of Chira Motors electric buses. We've also agreed to continue regular engagements under the framework of the Joint Permanent Commissions to resolve all economic issues through involvement of all sectors, facilitated by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of our two countries. The next JPC, Joint Permanent Commission, it has been agreed, will be hosted in the United Republic of Tanzania at a date to be communicated through our diplomatic mechanisms. Continue identifying projects which have potential mutual benefit to our countries and jointly mobilize resources to undertake such projects. Resolve the remaining issues of fifth freedom rights for Uganda Airlines on the Dar es Salaam-Zanzibar route. We've also agreed that our two countries, Tanzania and Uganda, will consider knowledge transfer and training in processing of minerals. The Uganda delegation commended the United Republic of Tanzania for hosting the second edition of the Uganda-Tanzania Business Forum and expressed gratitude for the warm reception and hospitality accorded to them. Both delegations expressed commitment for continued collaboration in fostering bilateral engagements for the mutual benefit of both countries and the Unaona mheshimiwa, tumezungumza mingi sana, lakini tunaomba tushukuru Mheshimiwa Rais Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan na Mheshimiwa Yoweri Kaguta Museveni kwa kutuunga mkono kuendelesha biashara na kuendelesha muungano katika nchi yetu. Najua wafanyabiashara wamefurahi sana. Na asanteni sana kwa kutukaribisha. Asante.
Another round of applause to Madam Sarah Kajingo, please. Kiswahili kizuri kabisa. Kwa jana Mheshimiwa Waziri alitolea mfano kwamba Kiswahili kilifia Uganda, kinaona kimefufuka. So yesterday we had the privilege of hearing a bit from Honorable General Makamba, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Community, Tanzania. And today we are lucky enough to have remarks from Honorable John Mulimba, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in charge of Regional Affairs, Uganda. Can we all please clap our hands as we welcome Honorable John Mulimba for his remarks.
Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri Mkuu na Waziri wa Nishati wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, mawaziri mlioko hapa kutoka Uganda na Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, mabalozi kutoka Uganda na Tanzania, makurugenzi, wenye viti wa muungano wa wafanyakazi na wafanyabiashara kutoka kwa sekta ya private, wanahabari mlioko hapa na wana Afrika Mashariki nyote, hamjambo. Leo hii Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri Mkuu, nadhani wewe pia utashangaa kuona ya kwamba Waganda walioko hapa wanatoa hotuba zao kwa kilugha ya Kiswahili. Walivyosikia Bisara akiongea Kiswahili niliona ukishangaa, ukaangalia mimi mara mbili, ukasema kwa kweli mmeendelea, na nikahakikisha kwamba tumeendelea. Sio kusema tu, lakini tunatubu. Na kwa hivyo unibalie kwa niaba wajumbe kutoka Uganda, kwa niaba yangu kuwashukuru kwanza kabisa serikali ya Muungano wa Jamhuri wa Tanzania na watu wa Jamhuri ya serikali ya Tanzania, na kwa kweli Rais Mama Samia Suluhu kwa makaribisho na ukarimu wenu tangu tuliowasili hapa mpaka hivi sasa, na kutupokea na mapokezi mazuri sana. Tunasema shukrani kabisa. Nataka nikumbushe sisi muungano wetu ama uhusiano wetu ni wa damu na umetoka mbali sana kwa historia. Lakini yule mtu ambao tuliungana tukapiganisha, mkatusaidia wananchi wa Tanzania tukakomboa, alitenda mengi mabaya, lakini siku moja alikuwa kwa ziara Uingereza na akasema maneno mawili machache, bado tunapendelea mpaka saa hii. Alipokuwa kwa ziara yake Uingereza, Queen alimkaribisha, akala, akalala. Aliposhiba alisema, nimeshiba, sitaki tena, lakini ukija Uganda nitalipisha kisasi. Na sisi pia tumekaribishwa, tumeangaliwa vizuri, tumekaa kwa hisani, nasi pia tumeshukuru. Na naweza kurudia ile msemo wa Bwana Idi Amin, ingalau tulimupiga tukamuondoa, lakini hiyo msemo alisema ni mzuri. Tunataka kusema kwamba nyinyi mkija Uganda, nadhani mnakuja, tutawalipisha kisasi. Allow me express my appreciation and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania for the warm hospitality extended to us and my delegation since we arrived in Dar es Salaam. I have received very encouraging reports from my delegation regarding the well thought out content, enlightening presentations and discussions, and constructive feedback from facilitators and participants. It was a great honor listening to the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Kassim Majaliwa, who stressed the need for continued engagement and collaboration between our two countries, both Uganda and the private sectors. We may not have achieved all we set out to accomplish, but the message is clear. We need to transform our long-standing historical, warm bilateral ties into tangible economic benefits and improve the welfare of our two peoples. I applaud our diplomatic missions in both Kampala and Dar es Salaam for working together to promote our economic and commercial interests. I am glad that two of my colleagues in Parliament, the Honorable Vigirwa and the Honorable Fredo Polot, have actively followed the proceedings of this forum. Under the parish development model, we are empowering households in Uganda to add value to agricultural products and make them more competitive in both local and regional markets. Improved production has been matched by enhanced market access and presence, as well as investments in various sectors such as energy, transport, tourism, and so forth. It's also imperative that we must continue pitching our investments. Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri Mkuu, as government, we pledge to continue working with respective institutions and bilateral framework to remove barriers to trade, fast-track operationalization of East African Customs Union protocols on free movement of goods and services, and minimize restrictions. Serikali ya Uganda imejitolea kuheshimu na kuhusisha kikamilifu itifaki za soko la pamoja na yale ya umoja wa forodha. Tunasema hakuna kwa vizuizi visivyo vya ushuru. Hiyo tumekataa kamwe. Na tunaomba sisi sote kama wanachama wa Afrika Mashariki tufuatilie huo mwendo. Once again, I wish to thank the organizers of this forum, the presenters, the moderators, the business community, and most sincerely, I would like to thank the Ugandan community in Tanzania. Yesterday, when I was introducing people, I didn't introduce the Ugandan community in Tanzania. Wherever you are, I would like to request you to stand up. Please, Ugandan community in Tanzania. Are we around? Thank you very much for making it happen. We have the ambassador here, ambassador in his official capacity, but we also have you, the ambassadors, the other side. You really buttress him to make this happen. I thank the private sector, the media, the technicians, the sponsors, and the management of Rotana Hotel for delivering a successful event. Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy, we look forward to having a return of this business forum very soon in the Republic of Uganda. And as we have promised, we are going to revenge. And our revenge is not going to be in bad faith. It's going to be in good faith, just to make sure that we tell you how far we have come, where we are, and where we want to go. We have put an end to talking. We now want action. I would like to thank you, and because of time constraint, yesterday we were requested to stay behind and do excursions. The Right Honorable Prime Minister yesterday called upon us, and I think he only forgot to say, I've extended your visas, but because he's the Prime Minister, I'm very sure he has extended. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, I would like to tell you that I'm leading by example. I'm not returning tonight. I'm staying around. I only want to politely designate somebody. Don't designate the ambassador here because he's always with us. Designate somebody who will lead us into this excursion because I'm staying behind. We want the detailed program, ratiba ya ukamilifu. Asanteni sana kunisikiliza.
Thank you very much, Honorable John Mulimba. He's our Minister of State, Foreign Affairs in charge of regional affairs. I am wondering if Honorable John Mulimba has pledged to stay. It looks like the entire team is going to stay behind. I hope Tanzania has enough space for us, and we definitely know that you do. Now, right, Honorable Guest of Honor, all the agreements that Ms. Sarah Kajingo read out were based on one particular fact, the historical relationship between Uganda and Tanzania. And all the discussions that we had were clear to one point, that we're not just looking at ourselves as two countries with different colonial jurisdictions, but as brothers and sisters who need to collaborate to grow together. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite His Excellency Major General Paul Kisesa Simuli, the High Commissioner of Tanzania to Uganda, to speak to us, and thereafter we'll invite our guest of honor as we come closer to saying bye-bye to this interesting conversation. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Mheshimiwa Dr. Mashaka Biteko, Waziri Mkuu na Waziri wa Nishati wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Mheshimiwa John Mulimba, waziri wa nchi mambo ya nje anayeshughulikia masuala ya ushirikiano wa kikanda wa Jamhuri ya Uganda, Mheshimiwa Dr. Monica Musenero, waziri wa sayansi na teknolojia wa Uganda, Mheshimiwa Kanali mstaafu Fred Mwesije, balozi wa Jamhuri ya Uganda katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, mwakilishi wa katibu mkuu Wizara ya Nishati, Engineer Marwa Petro yuko hapa, Balozi John Ulanga kutoka Wizara ya Mambo ya Nje. Tunaye vile vile aliyekuwa balozi hapa Tanzania Kabonero, ambaye tunaye hapa ameshiriki katika kikao hiki, lakini tunao wengine watu muhimu sana. Ningependa nisipoteze muda kwa kuwataja wote, nitakuwa nimekupotezea muda, pamoja na kwamba kazi yangu hapa niliyopewa ni ndogo sana ya kukukaribisha. Ningeweza nisimame hapa na kusema karibu, lakini nisingependa kufanya hivyo kwa sababu nimeshiriki kikao hiki toka mwanzo hadi mwisho. Labda tu nianze na, kwa sababu wako hapa kwa ajili ya kujifunza Kiswahili, nianze na semi mbili. Kuna usemi unasema mbuyu haukumbatiwi, nungunungu hafukuzwi. Sasa kwa sababu mnajifunza Kiswahili mtakwenda kule. But what does it mean, or what I want to say, we have discussed the challenges. Sasa hizo challenges, if you want to own challenges, you are going to suffer consequences. Always, when you have a challenge, you have to sit somewhere with your friends and you discuss, you solve that challenges. Kwa hiyo matatizo ambayo tumeyapata au mengine ambayo yatakajitokeza, tusiyakumbatie wala tusiyafukuze au kuyakimbia. That is not a solution. We need to sit, we need to discuss around the table, tutapata majibu. Kwa hiyo niwashukuru sana washiriki, wafanyabiashara na wawekezaji ambao mpo hapa. Niwashukuru upande wa Uganda pamoja na Tanzania officials ambao mko hapa, mmekuja kwa ajili ya kongamano hili. Tuliachiwa kazi na waziri mkuu jana. Alisema kongamano la kwanza lilikuwa 2019. Sasa tusifanye hivyo kwa sababu linachukua muda mrefu. Kwa hiyo viongozi wakae, ikiwezekana mwaka kesho lifanyike, na mmesikia Mheshimiwa Waziri wa Mambo ya Nje amesema ata revenge. Kwa hiyo na matumaini yetu ile revenge itakuwa mwaka kesho na sio mbali. Mheshimiwa Waziri Mkuu, nipende pia kusema kwamba nyinyi wafanyabiashara, sekta binafsi, wawekezaji, ofisi ya ubalozi wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania nchini Uganda ipo tayari kuongea na nyinyi muda wowote, na haya ambayo yamezungumzwa ofisi ya ubalozi wa Tanzania imeyachukua. Watanzania mnapofika Uganda, si vibaya mkatuona pale kwenye ofisi ya ubalozi. Basi hata mitaani ukiniona usiache kuniambia, Mheshimiwa Balozi, nimekuona. Ukisema nimekuona, basi mazungumzo yataanzia hapo. The same applied to the citizen of Uganda. You are welcome in the office. The office is opened, and that office is for you, Ugandanian. Thank you so much. Mheshimiwa Waziri Mkuu, naomba nisikupotezee muda kulingana na muda, basi nikukaribishe ili uje uongee na hadhira hii, na ikikupendeza basi kikao hiki ukifunge kwamba wameomba kuendelea, wataendelea kwenye vikao vingine. Asante sana. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa.
Tukae. Mheshimiwa John Mlimba, Waziri wa Mambo ya Nje ya nchi anayeshughulikia masuala ya kikanda kutoka Jamhuri ya Uganda. Mheshimiwa Balozi John Ulanga, mwakilishi wa Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Mambo ya Nje. Mheshimiwa Balozi Kanali mstaafu Fred Mwesige, Balozi wa Jamhuri ya Uganda nchini Tanzania. Balozi Jenerali Paul Kisesa Simuli, Balozi wa Tanzania nchini Uganda. Mhandisi Irene Batebe, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Nishati na Maendeleo ya Madini kutoka Uganda. Watendaji wote wa serikali kutoka sekta binafsi na sekta ya umma, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamani, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Afadhali. Mheshimiwa Waziri, kwanza naomba nichukue nafasi hii nimshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu aliyetukutanisha hapa leo. Namshukuru Mungu kwa ajili yenu, mmesafiri umbali mrefu kutoka Uganda kuja hapa Tanzania kushiriki kwenye kongamano hili la biashara baina ya nchi zetu hizi mbili. Tumia fursa hii kuwashukuru waandaaji wa kongamano hili, Kituo cha Uwekezaji Tanzania TIC, Taasisi ya Sekta Binafsi TPSF, Taasisi ya Sekta Binafsi ya Uganda UPSF, na wadau wote mlioshiriki katika maandalizi mazuri yaliyosababisha kufanyika kwa kongamano hili la pili la uwekezaji baina ya nchi zetu mbili, ambalo nimeambiwa na nimesomewa limefanyika kwa mafanikio makubwa. Naomba niwashukuru sana waandaaji kwa kunipa na mimi heshima ya kuwa mgeni kuja kufunga pamoja nanyi. Lakini nimejifunza kongamano lenu hili pamoja na mambo mengine yote limethibitisha kuwa Waganda ni wajuzi wa Kiswahili kabisa. Kila aliyesimama hapa kuzungumza amezungumza Kiswahili kizuri sana. Nadhani ilikuwa mwaka huu nilipata bahati, nilitumwa na Mheshimiwa Rais kumwakilisha Uganda. Tulivyofika Kampala tukaenda kaskazini mahali fulani panaitwa Kitigumu, nadhani ndio jina. Nilipofika kule nikakuta wanazungumza Kiingereza, alafu kuna mtu anatafsiri hicho Kiingereza kwa Kiacholi nadhani. Nilipofika zamu yangu, Rais Museveni akaniambia, wewe ongea Kiswahili, hapa ni Waswahili. Nilianza kuongea Kiswahili, hakuna aliyetafsiri Kiacholi. Nikajua huku wanajua sana Kiswahili. Kwa hiyo nawashukuru sana wale mliosema, na kwa kweli mmetupa faraja kubwa uwepo wenu na ile ahadi ya kusema kwamba mtabaki hapa kwa muda wakati baada ya kongamano hili kuisha. Naomba muendelee kuandaa makongamano ya namna hii yenye tija kwa ajili ya kuwaleta pamoja wafanyabiashara na taasisi za serikali ili kujadili fursa mbalimbali za uwekezaji zilizoko baina yetu kati ya nchi zetu mbili.
Ni imani yangu kuwa mchango kutoka kwa wadau hawa utasaidia kujenga ushirikiano katika serikali zetu na kukuza sekta ya biashara kwa nchi zetu mbili na kufanya uchumi wa nchi yetu kuwa imara na unaojitegemea. Maana kama tunavyojua, umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. Ndugu washiriki, nataka niwahakikishieni serikali ya awamu ya 6 inayoongozwa na Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan pamoja na serikali ya Uganda zimejidhatiti kuhakikisha kuwa uchumi wa nchi zetu mbili unakuwa kwa kasi na hauwezi kukua bila kuzingatia sekta binafsi. Nitoe wito kwenu na ni imani yangu kuwa ushiriki wenu hapa basi uwe wenye matunda utakaosababisha mambo haya kutokea. Amesema vizuri Mheshimiwa Waziri kwamba tumesema sana, wacha tujaribu. Na Mheshimiwa Waziri Mkuu nilimsikia jana wakati anafungua, alirudia maneno kama hayo kwamba kama ni kusema tumesema sana, tujaribu basi kwa matendo. Haina maana yoyote baada ya mkutano kama huu, matatizo tuliyokuwa tunayaona jana tuendelee kuyaona baina ya nchi zetu mbili. Mikutano hii itakuwa haina maana yoyote kama matatizo hayaondoki. Na mimi nataka nirudie hilo kwamba tujaribu matendo. Wishes are always wishes. Wishes which are not tied up with action, they remain wishes. They are synonymous to wishes. They can be illusion and daydreams. They won't give you any output. Na mimi I don't want to see that happening, and I wish Excellencies, ambassadors who are here, please, kwa sababu mko kote kote, you help us to make this doable. And because we are going to revenge, we are ready to receive the revenge from the other side. Ndugu washiriki, nimeelezwa kuwa kongamano hili ni la pili na kauli mbiu yake isemayo enhancing our win-win partnership. Ni mwendelezo wa kongamano la kwanza lililofanyika Septemba 2019 jijini Kampala, Uganda, na kuhudhuriwa na washiriki wapatao 250, likiwa na kauli mbiu isemayo promotion bilateral trade and investment for growth of sustainable development. Linaendelea na ajenda ya serikali ya awamu ya 6 hili kwa kujenga uchumi endelevu kwa kupitia biashara na uwekezaji. Kongamano hili la pili ni muhimu kwa taasisi za serikali na sekta binafsi katika kujenga uelewa kuhusu masuala ya kibiashara na uwekezaji katika kubadilishana mawazo juu ya fursa zilizopo baina ya nchi zetu mbili na namna ya kushirikiana ili kuleta ufanisi na kuinua mchango kwenye pato la taifa. Nimeelezwa kuwa toka ufunguzi wa kongamano hili hapa jana Mei 23, 2024 hadi leo, mada zinazohusu sekta ya utalii, madini na uongezaji thamani wake, fedha, nishati na kilimo, biashara zimejadiliwa kwa kina kwenye kongamano hili, na mada hizo kwa uchache ni pamoja na mashirikiano ya uwili kati ya sekta za kipaumbele, yani sustainable bilateral partnership in key priority sectors, kuimarisha fursa za kibiashara na uwekezaji baina ya Uganda na Tanzania, lakini vile vile fursa na changamoto zilizopo katika mnyororo mzima wa thamani ya madini, opportunities and challenges in the mining industry value chain, maendeleo endelevu na ushirikiano kwenye nishati, yani sustainable energy cooperation, mashirikiano katika kukuza utalii, enhancing tourism partnership, na njia endelevu za kilimo na biashara, commercial agriculture and sustainable approach. Nimejulishwa vile vile kuwa mikutano kadhaa imefanyika baina ya wafanyabiashara wenyewe kwa wenyewe, yani B2B, na wafanyabiashara na serikali B2G kwa sekta ya kilimo, mafuta na gesi asilia, uzalishaji na huduma ya kijamii, fedha, usafirishaji na bidhaa nyinginezo. Ujenzi vile vile ilikuwa sehemu ya mada ambazo zimekuwa zikijadiliwa. Nimeambiwa vile vile kuwa kuna mikataba kadhaa imeingiwa. Ni rai yangu kuwa mikataba hii isimamiwe vizuri ili iweze kuleta tija na malengo yanayokusudiwa. Ndugu washiriki, kwa mujibu wa takwimu kutoka Mamlaka ya Mapato Tanzania TRA, shirika la biashara la kimataifa International Trade Center, hadi kufikia mwaka 2023, urari wa biashara baina ya nchi hizi mbili, Tanzania na Uganda, Tanzania iliuza Uganda bidhaa zenye thamani ya dola za Kimarekani milioni 310.67. Kwa upande wa sekta ya utalii, jumla ya watalii wapatao 1046 kutoka nchini Uganda walitembelea vivutio mbalimbali nchini Tanzania kwa kipindi hicho. Aidha, kwa upande wa Uganda, bidhaa zenye thamani ya dola za Kimarekani milioni 154 ziliuzwa nchini Tanzania hadi kufikia mwaka 2023, na hivyo basi nchi zetu bado zinayo safari ndefu ya kwenda. Lazima tupige hatua, twende mbele, tuongeze kiasi cha ushirikiano. Ndugu washiriki, ni mashahidi kuwa serikali ya awamu ya 6 ya hapa Tanzania imedhamiria kwa dhati kuendeleza na kutekeleza ajenda ya uchumi wa viwanda. Serikali imewekeza kwa nguvu katika miundombinu wezeshi ya barabara, reli pamoja na umeme wa uhakika kwa wananchi na nchi zetu mbili. Zaidi ya hayo, serikali imeendelea kuimarisha nidhamu katika utendaji kazi, kudhibiti matumizi mabaya ya fedha za umma, kuimarisha ukusanyaji wa mapato ya serikali na kuwa rafiki kwa wafanyabiashara badala ya kuwa adui wa wafanyabiashara. Nitoe wito kwenu nyote mliomo humu, watendaji wa serikali, haya yote yaliyojadiliwa kwenye mkutano huu tukayafanyie kazi kwa kutengeneza mazingira ya kirafiki na wafanyabiashara, si tu wa Tanzania bali na wenzetu kutoka Uganda. Labda tu nataka niwaeleze kuwa serikali yetu vile vile tumeingia makubaliano mengi. Kwa mfano kwenye sekta ya nishati ambayo mimi naisimamia, tunayo makubaliano na serikali ya Uganda pamoja na bomba la mafuta kutoka Uganda kuja Tanzania, la crude oil, EACOP. Lakini tunazo MOU 2 ambazo tunataka kuziendeleza kwa ajili ya kuimarisha mahusiano yetu na Uganda. MOU ya kwanza ambayo tunayo, tunataka tujenge bomba la gesi kutoka Tanzania kwenda Uganda, ili Waganda waweze kutumia gesi iliyoko Tanzania kwa ajili ya uchumi wao. Na hili tumeanza, tumefika mahali pazuri. Lakini imeonekana si faida sana kusafirisha mafuta yanayotoka kwenye bandari ya Dar es Salaam kwenda Uganda. Tumeamua tuingie MOU kati ya serikali zetu mbili ya kujenga bomba la mafuta safi kutoka Tanzania kwenda Uganda. Kwenye umeme vile vile tumeamua vile vile kwa pamoja kujenga interconnector between Uganda and Tanzania from Shinyanga Ibadakuri to Mbarara, Uganda, 610 kilometers away. This is a very big transmission line, 400 kV. It's going to be constructed to connect between Tanzania and Uganda. Ili tukiwa tuna matatizo ya umeme kwetu, our neighbors Uganda should service us. Uganda wakiwa na problem, we service them by using the same interconnector. So, kama wakuu wa nchi zetu, heads of states between Tanzania and Uganda, they are thinking bigger like that. Who are we? Sisi tuangalie kwa picha kubwa hiyo hiyo, tusukume haya mambo yaende kwa pamoja kwa msukumo ule ule. Kuliko wakija hapa wanazungumza, wakimaliza wakija mkutano mwingine wanazungumza yale yale waliozungumza kipindi kilichopita. Na kwa kweli nataka nichukue nafasi hii nipongeze sana Wizara ya Mambo ya Nje ya nchi zote mbili, Uganda na Tanzania, na mabalozi wetu General Simuli pamoja na Balozi Fred. Hawa wanafanya kazi kubwa sana ya kufanya haya mambo yatokee. Na kama mnavyofahamu, mikutano kama hii ili iwe na maana, ni lazima tukija mkutano mwingine tusirudie haya tuliyoyasema kwenye mkutano huu, tuzungumze vitu vingine. Nataka niwatie moyo na kuwatakia kila laheri. General Simiyu namjua, alikuwa mwenyekiti wangu wa bodi ya TANESCO. Alifanya kazi nzuri sana kwa muda mfupi. Ninaamini atawatendea haki wa Tanzania, Uganda, akituwakilisha kama nchi. Sasa kwa sababu mmesikiliza muda mrefu, na I know a lot of people here are waiting a certain sentence from the bottom of my speech, which I want to read it now, because I know you have been listening to many people, and the listening curve of a human being goes down as time goes. So I believe also you're tired, you need to go out, move around the city of Dar es Salaam, enjoy the city. So nisiseme mengi sana, I'm avoiding to bore you, but moja la mwisho ni hili tu kwamba napenda tena kuwapongeza sana wale mlioshiriki. Kwa sababu kongamano lingeitishwa alafu washiriki wakakosa, isingekuwa na maana. Nawapongeza sana wale wote mlioshiriki. Hapa unadhihirisha dhamira njema ya serikali zetu mbili ya kuimarisha mashirikiano kati yetu. Na kupitia kauli mbiu yetu ambayo tumekuwa nayo hapa, enhancing our win-win partnership. Let that be the driving factor between our partnership. Should be win-win. Na this is what we dream to happen kati ya nchi zetu mbili. Baada ya kusema hayo yote, sasa naomba kutamka kuwa kongamano nimelifunga. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to our guest of honor, please. Thank you very much. Now we're going to have a very short photo session. Kumbukizi nzuri kabisa. So can we have joining the high table, can we have the Minister for Science and Technology, the representative of Minister of Foreign Affairs Tanzania, and the representative of the Ministry of Energy.
There will be a fast group picture. We won't have so many of those. We'll have just about 2 or 3. And Right Honorable will be leaving us.
So here, itakuwa picha ya kwanza, that will be the first picture, and then we will have the representative of the private sectors, both from Uganda and Tanzania. They will be next after that one. Private sector will be next.
Let's get our representatives from Uganda Private Sector Foundation and Tanzania Private Sector, very instrumental partners in development. They shape.
Sekta binafsi, Tanzania na Uganda, karibuni.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for representing the greater business community that has not been able to come here.
And the last picture will be with the organizers of the event.
Definitely, the High Commissions, the Embassy, will be the very next one. All right, thank you for our team. Right Honorable will request that you will stay just a little bit more. And after this very one, we will invite the organizers of the event, the Embassy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Honorable Bigirwa and Honorable, our members of Parliament, please make your way before we have our very last section, because we know that the conversations that we have held here are actually going to be taken to the different parliaments to ensure that the conversation does not just stop here, but it goes further ahead to be discussed. Let's have the MPs, and then we will finally have the organizers. Thank you so much. Let's have the organizers as the very final picture that we will be taking. Thank you for making this happen. Thank you for putting up such a great event. That is where the paparazzis ask that those who are down to earth, they get to the front, and the ones who are taller get to the back. We're good. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, they were right with you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Daughter. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Dr. Dotto, for sparing your time to be with us. of your very busy schedule. It's been a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll wait just a little bit for the pleasantries and we will end this conversation. Thank you very much, Dr. Dotto. Let's get seated. Thank you very much, ladies. Do not take it for granted that you've spared your time to be with us all through for the last 48 hours. Thank you so very much. I hope that it was fruitful. I hope that the conversations will be able to yield into something better than your expectation, actually. Now, the evening